I now declare the August 2025 Council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. and welcome all of those in attendance. I now invite Councillor Lim to read the acknowledgement to country. Thank you, Councillor Lim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City of Melville acknowledges the Bibbulmun people as the traditional owners of the land on which the city stands today, and pays its respect to the Whadjuk people and elders, both past and present.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lim. I draw your attention now to the disclaimer on the screen. The affirmation of civic duty and responsibility on the screen. The advice of audio-visual live streaming and recording on the screen. Thank you. Now, to assist me with the smooth running of our meeting, if you plan on asking a question from the gallery during public question time and you haven't already submitted the question to us in writing, it would be appreciated if you could complete a question time form found on the table to your left and hand it in to an officer prior to the commencement of the public question time. Now, we're moving on to item 2, attendance and apologies. We have the following councillors attending electronically with my permission. Councillor Hong, can you please confirm your attendance?
Present, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hong. The following councillors are providing an apology for this evening. Councillor Woodall, and finally we have Councillor Whitland on approved leave of absence. We're now moving on to declarations by members. Item 3, declarations by members who have not read and given due consideration to all matters contained in the business papers presented before the meeting. Are there any declarations? Next item, declarations by members who have received and not read the elected members' bulletin. Thank you. Item 4, announcements by the presiding member. We have an approved deputation. One deputation has been approved for tonight's meeting from Ms E. Cole of Melville in relation to item E2576 deferral policy review CP 029 tree policy. I will call you forward prior to the discussion of this item to make your deputation to council. Approved written submissions. There are no written submissions that have been approved for this evening. Moving on to item 5, disclosures of interest. Can the Head of Governance please advise if there are any disclosures of interest for this evening? Thank you. Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. We have several disclosures this evening. The first is from the Mayor, Katie Mayer, in relation to item E2574, Kearns Crescent Renewal. Madam Mayor is declaring a proximity interest and will leave the meeting. Madam Mayor is also declaring an declaration in item UP2580, Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan Review. This is a financial interest and the Mayor will leave the meeting. Councillor Fitzgerald is declaring a proximity interest in item UP2578, Review of Local Planning Policy 1.21, Short-Term Accommodation. Councillor Fitzgerald is electing to leave the meeting. Councillor Lee is declaring an item in item M2556 in relation to the Walga Conference attendance. It's a financial interest and Councillor Lee will leave the meeting. Councillor Lee is declaring a financial interest in item UP2578, the Review of Local Planning Policy 1.21, Short-Term Accommodation, and will leave the meeting. Councillor Lee is also declaring an interest in item UP2580, Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan Review, and will leave the meeting. Councillor Lee is also declaring a financial interest in item UP2581, 55 and 55A, Kishhorn Road, Mount Pleasant. Councillor Lee will leave the meeting. And finally, a declaration of proximity interest from Councillor Scott Green in relation to item E2579, Karoonda Change Rooms upgrade. Councillor Green will leave the meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any further disclosures of interest?
Sorry.
I think you missed something.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. We also have declarations of impartiality from Councillor Hong in relation to item UP 2581, 55 and 55A Kishhorn Road, Mount Pleasant, and the same declaration from Councillor Nicole Robbins in relation to the same item. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Councillor Woodall also made a similar declaration at the ABF last week, but maybe he didn't tick the box for it to apply for tonight as well. Oh, he's an apology, sorry.
Yeah, he's an apology, yeah. Okay. Are there any further disclosures of interest by elected members? Okay, moving on. We now have public question time. I now open public question time at 6:36. Questions received in writing prior to the meeting. A number of questions have been received with notice this evening. If the person asking the question is here in the meeting or have a representative to ask the question, could you make your way forward to the microphone to ask your question when called? If there is no one in the audience to ask the question and the question is not taken on notice, the question and response will be provided in the minutes, which will be available to the public on Friday, the 22nd of August. A representative for the City of Melville Residents and Ratepayers Association, Mr A. McGrail of Mount Pleasant. Mr A. McGrail of Mount Pleasant on behalf of Mr R. Rizali. Mr A. McGrail on behalf of Ms. Eti Madi. Mr A. McGrail on behalf of Mr T. Radici. Mr G. Poland of Mount Pleasant and Mr G. Jenke of Applecross. So I'm going to call forward, just a moment. I now call upon a representative for the City of Melville Residents and Ratepayers Association. Is there anybody in attendance? If there is no one in attendance, we'll move on to Mr A. McGrail of Mount Pleasant. Please come forward. And would you mind asking all of the questions you have been given, representing others as well, please? Can you turn the microphone on so we can hear you?
Okay,
Thank you.
there we go. Yeah, I know Mr. Radici is here, so we'll ask himself. I have my question. Unfortunately, I don't have the other question that I was nominated for, but I believe it's a very similar subject, so I think I can cover it. Yeah, okay, so as per the submitted question, given a significant community uproar, evidenced by the very large number of opposing submissions and large multi-signatory letter from residents and Mount Pleasant Primary School users, I'd like to seek assurance from the City of Melville that they will go beyond the minimum statutory role in representing concerns of on the proposed childcare at 3436 St Michael's Terrace. Specifically, will you commit to acknowledging the scale of opposition, ensuring local members, on top of the two members that will represent at the DAP panel or hearing, to further members to attend and present at the DAP, writing formally to the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage presiding member, a resident briefing, or taking any other suitable actions to represent the concerns of community over the safety, amenity, traffic and tree canopy loss for this proposal. Thank you.
And that covers all the three questions you were representing here.
I'll let, the additional question from Tony. Will the City of Melville Responsibility Authority report to the DAP be supporting the many local residents objecting to the huge childcare centre proposed at 3436 St Michael Terrace, Mount Pleasant, which is zoned R20 residential and will be located directly opposite the Mount Pleasant Primary School and kindergarten, which already caters for around 600 children, and the proposed daycare centre will add a further 150 children and staff to the location, creating even more traffic congestion and safety hazards to school children, considering that parents, service and waste trucks will frequent the area daily from 6:30 a.m. disturbing the peace, quiet and amenity of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, thank you. The Acting Director of Planning, Mr Tony Free, will respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. In response to the first question, the City acknowledges the importance of community views being represented in the decision-making process and the issues raised by the community, and the number of submissions that have been made will be part of the City's Responsible Authority report to the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel. The City is required to meet its statutory obligations in preparing the Responsible Authority report for the DAP and attending the DAP meeting to assist with any inquiries from DAP members. It does not have a formal role in the state's DAP process beyond these obligations. Individual elected members may, at their own discretion, choose to make representations to the DAP or attend proceedings to hear community concerns. However, this is a matter for each elected member to consider individually. And in response to the second question, it's noted that the matters raised in this question to Council have also been raised separately through the statutory consultation process on this development application. These concerns will be considered and addressed as part of the City's assessment and reporting on that application to the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel. Matters such as traffic congestion, including waste collection and deliveries, traffic congestion, including waste collection and deliveries, in addition to noise, are key considerations for the assessment of the childcare proposal. The City has requested further information from the applicant in relation to a number of elements of their proposal. This request for additional information from the applicant is still outstanding, and as such, the DAP meeting date has not yet been determined. Once that meeting is determined, all of those who submitted during the consultation period will be notified and provided information on how to put in a request to make a deputation at the DAP meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Free. Now, could Mr G. Pollane of Mount Pleasant come forward to ask his question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the overwhelming objections, including formal submissions and a large multi-signatory 150+ letter from residents and Mount Pleasant Primary School users to the proposed 113-child, 28-staff childcare centre at 3436 St Michael Terrace, will the City of Melville go beyond the minimum statutory role to ensure this significant public outcry is conveyed to the state-appointed DAP members? In addition, with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage DAP members increasingly overriding legitimate council and community concerns in approving unsuitable childcare developments, will the City of Melville commit to acknowledging opposition to the St Michael Terrace daycare proposal and ensure additional representation at the DAP hearing, and writing formally to the presiding DAP member and undertaking other suitable advocacy actions? Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Director of Planning, Mr Free.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. And I'll repeat this as the same answer to the first question, but I will repeat it. The City acknowledges the importance of the community's views being represented in the decision-making process and the issues raised by the community, and the number of submissions that have been made will be part of the City's Responsible Authority report to the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel. The City is required to meet its statutory obligations in preparing the Responsible Authority report for the DAP and attending the DAP meeting to assist with any inquiries from DAP members, and does not have a formal role in the state's DAP process beyond these obligations. Individual elected members may, at their own discretion, choose to make representations at the DAP or attend proceedings to hear community concerns. However, this is a matter for each elected member to consider individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Free. Mr G Jenke of Applecross. You had a question? Are you present? Okay, if he's not present, then the question will be taken on notice and responded to in the minutes. Thank you. Are there any further questions from the gallery? If there are no further questions, I declare question time closed at 6:46 p.m. Moving on to awards and presentations. The Chief Executive Officer, Ms Bowman, will talk about that particular presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to share that our City of Melville libraries have been recognised with the Library Board Award for Innovation and Collaboration at the Western Australian Library Awards on the 31st of July. This award celebrates the leadership of Alison Mudgeway, Coordinator Library Services, and the work of our collection development librarians Joanne Mohan and Christy Oldham, who developed a framework to respond to freedom to read challenges. Their method supports respectful conversations with customers, assists staff in managing these situations and protects equitable access to information, ensuring our libraries remain true to their core democratic values of free access to ideas and information. This process is now being used by other libraries across the state. I'd like to congratulate Ms Mudgeway, Ms Mohan, Ms Oldham and the entire library team on this outstanding achievement. Well done and thank you.
Okay, so moving on to item 8, applications for new leaves of absence. One request for leave of absence has been received from Councillor Woodall for 6 weeks in August and September. Are there any further requests for leaves of absence? If there are no further requests, I ask for a mover and seconder for this leave of absence to be approved. Yes, Councillor Ross, seconded Councillor Edinger. Anyone against? I declare it carried. Thank you. Moving on to 9, confirmation of minutes. We have 9.1, ordinary meeting of the Council, 15th of July. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded. Councillor Edinger. Any? Pardon? Oh, okay. Is there anyone against? Opposed? Then I declare it carried. 9.2, Policy and Legislation Committee, 21st of July. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor Green, seconded Councillor Spanbrook. Is there anyone opposed? There's no opposition. I declare it carried. 9.3, Governance Committee, 23 July. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Edinger, seconded. Councillor Ross. Is there anyone opposed? If no one's opposed, I declare it carried. 9.4, Governance Committee, 11 August. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Edinger, seconded. Councillor Ross. Anybody opposed? No opposition. I declare it carried. 9.5, Notes of Agenda Briefing Forum, 12 August. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded. Councillor Lee. Anyone opposed? No opposition. I declare it carried. Item 10, new business of an urgent nature. There is no new business of an urgent nature. Item 11, identification of matters for which meeting may be closed. The following items have been identified as having confidential attachments. That is E2579 RFQ 242514, refurbishment of change rooms at Karoonda Reserve, and UP 2581 Lot 1 and 2, number 55 and 55A Kishorn Road, Mount Pleasant, 7-storey multiple dwelling development. Should elected members wish to discuss the confidential attachments, these items will be held until the end of the meeting, and I'll call for a motion to go behind closed doors. Can I get an indication from elected members if they wish to talk about any confidential matters in those two items? Councillor Edinger, which item would that be?
The second item.
The second one? Okay, thank you. That will go behind closed doors. And then additionally, we do have another item, C25305, CEO Annual Performance Review 2025, which has been identified as confidential and will also be discussed behind closed doors. Item 12, petitions. A petition signed by 40 residents was received by the City today, Tuesday 19th of August, in relation to community security in Brentwood. A copy of the item has been distributed today to elected members on the portal, and a hard copy has been provided in front of you. Oh, thank you. Finish with this item and we'll go back to that one. Thank you. It's okay. Item number 12.1, receipt of petition, community security, Brentwood. I need a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Lim. Seconded. Councillor Green. Is there anyone opposed? I now declare it carried. All right, just going back to items to go behind closed doors, Councillor Edinger has indicated she does not need to discuss UP 2581 confidential attachments at this point. So thank you very much. That is now in the public gallery. Moving on to 13, item 13, adoption of recommendations en bloc. We have three. C25302, investment statements for June 2025. C25303, schedule of accounts paid for June 2025, and UP 2579 Bull Creek and Murdoch train station precinct plans. Can I have a mover and seconder for those en bloc items? Councillor Fitzgerald moved, seconded Councillor Spanbrook. Is there anyone opposed? No opposition. I declare it carried. Moving on to reports, we now move on to the items for this evening. For the convenience of those making a deputation, I'll bring forward item E2576, Deferral Policy Review, CP 029, Tree Policy. Prior to tabling this item, I would like to invite Ms Cole forward to provide a deputation. Thank you very much, Ms Cole. Please turn on your microphone. You have 10 minutes to present, with a further 5 minutes for elected members to ask you questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors and city officers, and also to my colleagues who've come here today to support me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Esther Cole. I'm a resident of the City of Melville. I also convene a community group called Melville Tree Canopy Advocates, which now has nearly 900 members. I'm regularly contacted by residents who express how important tree canopy and verge planting are to their well-being, their streets and their hopes for a greener future. I speak tonight not only for myself, but on behalf of a large and growing number of residents. I'm here to express strong support for a tree policy or a strengthened tree policy with a commitment to ensuring every street has an attractive treescape, that the visual appeal of commercial centres are improved by verge trees, that council staff are empowered to plant trees on council-owned land where there is space to do so, and that trees on council land, particularly verges, are protected with significant penalties for damage or destruction. To plant verge trees on council-owned land is forward-thinking, essential policy that will help create a greener, healthier and more climate-resilient Melville. Verge trees are not just decorative, they are critical urban infrastructure. They provide shade and cool our streets, reducing urban heat island effect. They improve air quality, manage stormwater, and support biodiversity. They reduce household energy costs. They enrich soil and enhance public amenity. Importantly, by becoming actively involved in selecting suitable tree species across Melville, the Council can support the recovery of Carnaby black cockatoos through connected, resilient canopy corridors, improve ecological resilience by including pest and disease-resistant species, especially in the threats of like shot hole borer. Tree-lined streets also encourage walking, social connection, physical activity and community pride. They make financial sense. There are many studies across the world that have the same, that support the same arguments, but for the relevance and ease, I've picked two with an Australian flavour. A UWA study across 23 suburbs found that each broadleaf verge tree increased the median property value by approximately $17,000. That's in 2010 dollars. That value today would be far higher. Additional research from other Australian cities has shown that well-shaded streets can increase property values by 5 to 15% compared to similar streets with little or no canopy. This is due to improved visual appeal, greater walkability and thermal comfort. Cities like Sydney, with more than double Perth's canopy and density, still maintain some of the strongest property markets in the country. There is no evidence that urban greening impedes development or economic success. Quite the opposite. Tree canopy must not be privilege limited to wealthier suburbs. Every resident in Melville deserves access to shaded, attractive, healthy streets. Verge trees are one of the most equitable ways to deliver that. As urban infill and redevelopment accelerate, we are losing mature trees on private property at an alarming rate. This makes public land, especially verges, essential for achieving canopy targets in the city's urban forest plan. Well-shaded paths not only provide relief from heat, but also encourage people to walk more often. They make walking to and from school or public transport safer, more comfortable, more appealing, whether on a hot summer's afternoon or even on a rainy day. Investing in a street tree creates a connected network of shaded and protected routes that supports healthier, more active communities. Without a strong verge planting policy, these targets will be increasingly out of reach. Without a commitment to planting verge trees where the space and conditions allow, the City of Melville will not be able to meet its councillor-endorsed 15% tree canopy target. The council reports that canopy loss in private land due to subdivision, infill development and the removal of mature trees continues to outspace planting efforts. With limited public open space available for large-scale planting, verge trees represent the most viable opportunity for increasing canopy cover across the city on public land. Failing to maximise the council's public asset undermines the city's own urban strategy and climate resilient goals. Research by the Institute of Sustainable Futures in 2020 also highlights that increasing tree canopy on streets and verges is essential for achieving canopy's targets, particularly in medium to high density suburbs where private green space is limited. Common concerns: parking, solar stability in trees, stability of trees. Some residents worry about the loss of parking or shade and solar panels, but it's important to emphasise verge trees do not preclude parking. With sensible planning, both can coexist. Smart species selection and placement can avoid shading solar panels while still delivering street-level shade. And this isn't a matter of choosing one priority over another. It's about integrated, thoughtful urban design. And the most dramatic of stories is falling trees during storms can capture attention, exaggerating risk and utilising mythical and emotional terms like widowmaker. The actual risk is extremely low, especially when trees are well maintained and regularly assessed. To be factual, the risk of injury or death from a falling tree is exceedingly rare. It's less than the risk of being struck by lightning. Research shows that urban trees are rarely the cause of property damage and the benefits they bring far outweigh the minimal risk they pose. Overemphasising rare incidents can lead to unnecessary tree removals and hinder urban greening efforts, especially at a time when increasing canopy cover is critical for climate resilience, biodiversity and public health. Under Section 3.1(1)(a) of the Local Government Act 1995, as councillors, you are required to perform the general function of local government, having regard to the need to promote economic, social and environmental sustainability, to plan and mitigate risks associated with climate change, and to consider long-term consequences and impacts on future generations. The Verge Tree policy speaks directly to those obligations. I commend the City for its ongoing work to promote native and water-wise trees suited to local conditions. Over the long term, with good planning, education and support, this policy will be embraced by residents with benefits that the entire community and perhaps all the suburbs of the City of Melville can be classified as a leafy green in every postcode, like our neighbours in the Riverside suburbs. Please find the will to adopt a policy that enables council staff to plant verge trees where it's possible to do so for a greener, cooler, healthier Melville that supports community wellbeing, residents' property values and comfort, and the survival of native species like the canopy cockatoos. Thank you. I'd also like now just to draw your attention to some photos. So next slide, please. So the first one was that you've been seeing looping was by Matthew from Bicton that showed the impact of trees. The next one I wanted to just clarify the inequity amongst different areas. So I've taken the same strip of Stock Road and the same strip of Carrington Street to show you the difference between people walking down to the bus on a Stock Road as opposed to Carrington Street on a hot summer's day. Which one would you walk on? Which one wouldn't you walk on? The next slide, please. So one of the things that I've had to come to terms with is not everyone likes large trees like I do. But City of Fremantle does this very well. They have many small shaded streets so that you can walk around during the hot summer day. So when I walk at my work, which is located in the City of Fremantle, I walk down on a shaded street. So it is possible to do, even in small spaces, even with high density. So that's a couple of streets in Fremantle. Next slide, please. Parking, also, parking can be included. There's many examples where verges that can be a shared use if we've got infill. And I think the last slide. Okay, I'm just alerting you that in my day job, I work with schools. A common complaint around the schools I work with in the City of Melville is about congestion around schools. If we can encourage families and children to walk to school or bike to school, then we may eliminate some of this and potential accidents. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Elected members, you have an opportunity to ask questions from Ms Cole. Does anybody have a question? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms Cole, for your presentation. You've been active in this space for a very long time. You lead an organisation that has a very active membership and that has been working to communicate to elected members and to the City the views of that group for a while. What is your perception of the community's view of how fast the City is moving and whether the City is doing enough to protect tree canopy?
Ms Cole?
Okay, so I'm very disappointed that the City of Melville, unlike many other cities, including the City of Coburn, which I cannot believe has not implemented private protection of canopy on private land. Little councils like Peppermint Grove have been able to do it. Coburn is well on the way to doing it, and I never thought that was a possibility. Cambridge has done it, Netherlands has done it, Bayswater has done it, and I'm really disappointed that this was the only council that went to asking for a survey of residents about how they felt about protection of tree on private land. Overwhelmingly, the residents that replied to the survey supported it. The survey had a reach of 40,000 people and 62% of those people supported that. So I'm very disappointed with how slowly and my members tell me that they're very disappointed with that slightly. Having said that, I appreciate that verge trees are on the agenda tonight. I'm very happy to support that. I think it's part of a suite. I'm pleased that the 15% canopy target, it's way under the World Health Organisation recognised a minimum of 30%. We are in the hottest Australian city. We have got no tree protection, and we're the only city in Australia that hasn't got that. So I think, it says for itself. We're actually, less than 13% canopy in Melville, or that was the 2022 figures, and, it would have gone down from there. So how fast are we moving? Not fast enough, not by a long shot.
Thank you, Ms Cole. Councillor Barber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms Cole, and congratulations on the success of your group. My question is this. A couple of times during your presentation, you said you encourage the City of Melville to plant verge trees where it's possible to do so. So what would be an instance where you think it's not possible to do so?
I think you've really got to limit the ability of residents to say no, and you've got to limit the ability of residents to ask for a healthy tree to actually remove that tree. So I do recognise that there will be times where there are services that need to be protected, underground services. But other than that, I can't see a reason that's logical in the long term for the generations to come why we wouldn't plant trees. I don't know enough about some of the reasons that that residents come up with, but I think most of it is about a fear of losing parking, a fear of losing that a tree is unsafe. Culturally, that can be a problem for some people. But I think we actually need to look at the longer term. If we are going to allow people to build almost fence to fence, in fact, I've got evidence of that, where a 500 square metre block you can basically build with no garden at all, I think we need to actually say, okay, verge trees are where we can ensure we have planting. I think you've really got to minimise down to the very minimum about why they could actually not have them. And I don't think it's about personal choice. It's got to be something far stricter than that.
Thank you. Are there any further elected members with questions? If there's no further questions, thank you, Ms Cole.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to announce that Councillor Wheatland has just joined the meeting. Welcome, Councillor Wheatland. Can you please confirm you're here?
Yeah, confirmed. I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item E2576, Deferral Policy Review, CP 029, Tree Policy. Councillor Green, you have brought this, hang on. Yeah, we now have, we're moving on to the item, and I would like to note that an alternative motion with notice has been received from Councillor Green. Additionally, I remind councillors that an officer's advice note in relation to the alternative was distributed to elected members on Friday, the 15th of August. And finally, I'd like to advise that Councillor Robbins has submitted an amendment to the alternative motion. Councillor Green, do you have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald, thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Briefly to begin with, I believe this alternative motion is necessary to present as planned to the Council the recommendations of the Policy and Legislation Committee. Essentially, the deferral is only really happening as a result of a compliance issue with the well, as we understand it, there's the only reason it's happening is because of a compliance issue with the existing tree policy. So I'm presenting a solution that will urgently address that compliance issue. I believe compliance issues should be addressed urgently where possible. And yeah, so that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that the intention of council was to refer my original motion from several months ago to the Policy and Legislation Committee. It has now been before the Policy Legislation Committee 2 times already. It has also been the subject of discussion at more than one elected members' engagement session where people have had the opportunity to speak about it. So I think there's been ample time for us to talk about this matter and take some action. That is over a course of a few months where concerns about tree canopy have been significant in the community for a variety of reasons, largely largely related to upcoming decisions of council, such as the LPS 6 review, where I strongly believe that we need to be addressing the tree canopy in parallel with some of these other issues that we need to address to not only address community concerns of now, but also to fulfil our obligations from previous council resolutions to increase our tree canopy. We've set targets for ourselves. We have an urban forest strategy. We have a primary objective of council is clean and green city. All of these things require action. The tree canopy is not going to increase by itself. It's not an easy job, and there's no quick one-fix solution. We need to make changes as we can, and I believe the Policy and Legislation Committee has come up with some significant changes. It's not a complete fix. It's not the complete solution for the motion that I originally moved, but it is certainly a step in the right direction. So adopting the recommendations of the Policy and Legislation at this committee, at this stage, will be a step in the right direction that we should be taking. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak now or later?
Happy to speak now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Green, for your advocacy in this space. I know that it's something that a lot of elected members have felt strongly about for a while, and so seeing it progress, particularly through the Policy and Legislation Committee, has been heartening. The proposed motion with the amendments largely addresses the difficulties that were said to arise because of the previous versions giving a role to elected members in the negotiation of challenges to the decision to plant a tree on a verge. I note, however, that in many ways that mirrored a process that we have had for quite some time in relation to tree removals from verges, and I do worry that we might be making the perfect the enemy of the good. I think that while one could form a view that the reforms to local government have altered the way that we see the roles of elected members and the administration and clarified those, I do think that the nature of the engagement between elected members and the city in that instance has worked well in the past and is not necessarily inconsistent with our broader obligations. Nevertheless, that challenge has now been removed, and we're talking only about a motion that in substance is seeking to clarify in policy that it is the position of the city that we will plant a tree on every verge that we deem suitable. We've heard that sometimes there will be situations where that is not possible, where it would unsafely interfere with the sight line, where it would unsafely interfere with underground services like power services, then of course we won't be able to do that. But in the overwhelming majority of cases, we will. The verge is council land. This is a decision that we are making that is not impacting people's property rights. This is a decision that we are making about how to use an asset that the community has given to us to safeguard and to protect. And I note that we as a council are well behind community sentiment on how we need to protect and grow our tree canopy broadly. Planting on verges will not be a panacea. It will not resolve all of the problems we have with our tree canopy, but it will be a substantial and significant improvement in our capacity to meet what our community expects. In fact, it seems that our community expects us to go much farther than this, but I want to draw a very clear distinction between this small step that we are making and the broader step that will be considered by this council when it comes to tree protection on private land. These are separate issues. We may have a view on the latter issue. We all know by virtue of the community survey that the community overwhelmingly supports that position, but that is not what we are discussing today. What we are discussing today is, will we make a principled decision to say that we will take advantage of the city land available to us, represented by the verges, and everywhere that we have the capacity to plant a tree, we will plant a tree. In the scheme of things, this is a small but significant step towards achieving the targets that we have set. Without this step, it will be very difficult to achieve the targets that we have set. And so for those reasons, I think the motion as it currently stands is entirely appropriate, and I would urge councillors to accept the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Before I proceed, I will just ask the Chief Executive Officer a question, because there has been some concern from officers around the fact that whilst Councillor Green has made an effort to improve the policy and fix up the deficits in it, he's not managed to cover all of the deficits. So my question to the CEO is whether this passes or fails tonight, this motion, can the officers request, or a councillor or elected member request, a review of the policy tomorrow or the next day? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the city or an elected member could initiate a further review of this policy, and then it would be considered by the Policy and Legislation Committee. So if the review is undertaken tonight by council, that doesn't prevent elected members or officers from initiating another review of the policy, especially in relation to the tree challenge section, which we've said we would like to have a further opportunity to review the wording to make further improvements. And so we would be, as officers, initiating another review of the policy to make sure that that is compliant and is also considering the original intent of the policy. Thank you.
So regardless of the outcome of this vote tonight, the review is going ahead with the policy. So can I just assure residents that it's been said by Councillor Fitzgerald that all of us are concerned about the tree policy and trees being planted. We're also concerned about having a good policy. So we'll continue on with this. I can suggest to councillors you can refer this back to the policy committee to review yet again, because they haven't addressed all matters.
I do worry that we're starting to venture into opinions on the motion that look like participation in the debate. And from
a motion that looked like what?
That your comments are starting to look like participation in the debate about what should be done with the motion, and I just wonder whether, from the chair, that's appropriate.
No, I'm suggesting solutions. I asked the CEO a question and I'm suggesting a solution if anybody is concerned. So I'm now looking for a speaker against. Councillor Spanbrook.
Please move my amendment, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Spanbrook. Did you? Yeah. Just a question, Councillor Spanbrook. Are you moving a motion or are you going to speak? Is that what your intention was?
I wish to speak in opposition of this motion.
Okay, well, we'll just hold on to that a moment because Councillor Robbins has indicated she wants to move her amendment. Thank you, Councillor Robbins. What is your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My amendment is as follows. With the fifth amendment proposed by the Policy and Legislation Committee regarding verge trees only to be implemented once the city-wide verge planting program has been completed, so that residents in Attadale, Leeming and the remaining parts of Bull Creek have the opportunity to opt out of a verge tree, as all other residents across the City of Melville have had the option of doing.
Councillor, do you have a seconder? Okay, that lapses through lack of a... Oh, you want to second it. Thank you, Councillor Barber. Okay, Councillor Robbins, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might just provide a few comments on the current process regarding verge trees and what is proposed, just for the benefit of everyone in the room. So up until now, the city's verge tree program has allowed residents to opt out of having a verge tree. So essentially, the city has tried its best to not force, but to encourage residents to have a tree on their verge, and the city writes a letter to them asking them to respond if they don't wish to have a verge tree. That program has been carried out across almost the entire city. We've been told by officers that the only suburbs that that program hasn't been carried out in is Attadale, Leeming and parts of Bull Creek. So my amendment here is suggesting that we allow the current verge planting program to run its course. So we undertake the same process that we've taken with the other 15.5 suburbs of the city, with the remaining 2.5. For fairness, really that's the reason why I'm moving this amendment, so that it's fair for all residents of the city, so that everyone has that opportunity to opt out the first time. And then once those remaining 2.5 suburbs have been completed, then we implement the recommendation of the Policy and Legislation Committee, which is that essentially that the city will plant a tree on every verge, regardless of whether the residents want one or not, unless, as explained earlier by one of the deputies, unless there's... So, as I said, my reasons for moving this are not to I guess, express any lack of support for compulsory verge trees, but just to make sure that, that it's fair for all residents of the city, that everyone goes through that process of having the option to opt out before we embark on a new verge planting program, which will not allow anyone the option to opt out. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Edinger.
Thank you. My question is to Mr Maloney. Mr Bird's not here, unfortunately, because he could answer this question. But with the future proposal that every verge has a tree, my understanding was that people would still, the city would still engage in the same process, so they would get multiple letters and letterbox drops to let them know that a tree will be planted on their verge and that they need to contact the city if they do not want one. So essentially it will be the same process. That was my understanding. Maybe I misinterpreted, because it's a relationship building process and they want the best outcomes for the tree. And if people definitely don't want a tree on their verge, and this is through the city's experience, the tree will unfortunately not survive, and that's not what we want. So could we just have some clarity around that? Thank you.
Mr Maloney, would you be able to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Yes, Councillor Edinger, there are many opportunities. We do a letterbox drop, we will spray paint a mark on the ground. There's plenty of opportunities for us to have a conversation with the resident. Through the chair, we will still be letterbox dropping through this new process as well, yes.
Ms Bowman, CEO, would also like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at the Policy and Legislation Committee meeting, there was quite some discussion about the current process in comparison to a process going forward. So the policy reviewed wording is stronger in nature, saying that the city will determine which verges have a suitable location for trees to be planted on. So obviously where we can't plant a tree for very key reasons, then we wouldn't identify that verge in the first instance. If the verge was identified as appropriate for a tree to be planted, then the city officers would be contacting the resident, but the wording of the letter from an implementation perspective would be stronger wording than the current opt-out process, where we would be informing residents we're proposing to plant a tree on the verge, and we would give the residents an opportunity to look at the type of tree to be planted on the verge out of a list of trees that the city has identified from a species perspective, and work with the residents to identify where on the verge the tree could be planted, so taking into consideration potentially parking or other preferences from the resident. So there would be a stronger approach, I suppose, in relation to the wording of the letter. And we would still mark on the verge, where we were planning to plant the tree. And if there was significant, opposition from the resident, then we can still take that into consideration. But the policy wording is really regarding whether the city deems that we're able to plant a tree on the verge. And we would try and work with the residents where it's been identified, but it would be a slightly stronger approach than the current way we have been operating. We also wouldn't be able to start anything until next year because the tree planting season has already been planned out, and so it wouldn't be until the 26-27 year that we could change the approach and make it slightly different to how we've been operating at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a follow-up, please?
Yes, Councillor Edinger.
Thank you. Will the city be focusing on, so we were provided with an image that had blue dots, which were residents who had opted out of having a tree. Will the city be focusing on those residents to start with? Thank you.
Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we would continue on with the Atterdale, Leeming and Bull Creek areas that haven't already received tree planting program. So we would be starting with those suburbs where we currently haven't been offering the tree planting on verges. So we'll start off with those areas that haven't already been targeted for verge tree planting. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Green, you have a question?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. Perhaps for the CEO or Mr Maloney. In relation to the proposed amendment, the alternative motion speaks of a wording that says a tree will be planted on every verge deemed suitable by the city. And there's not really any reference in the old tree policy or the proposed new tree policy about the letter dropping process or the process at all that city officers undertake to roll out their tree planting regime. So my interpretation of that from the committee meetings and elsewhere is that the city officers would have the ability to do what is reasonable to achieve the tree canopy targets that we're looking for. So I guess the question is, given that there's no reference to the process that we have currently, is there a need for the policy to make mention of changes to the process?
Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Green. As you've said, the current process regarding what's in the letters, how that is implemented from a policy perspective is quite operational. So the city has some discretion, obviously working within the council policy parameters. So it really would be considered more procedural and operational in nature in relation to how it's being implemented. So there's no need to refer to any changes in the policy because that is really quite operational when it comes to how we're communicating in the letter and the more detail around the process. Thanks.
Yeah. Quick follow-up, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Green.
So with that in mind, if the city officers deemed it suitable to continue with the process that they're currently doing to complete it across the city for the remaining suburbs that Councillor Robbins mentioned, would it not be possible to do that while still making an amendment to the policy as suggested?
Ms Bowman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm not quite clear on your question, but the current policy wording versus the amended policy wording, there's just a slightly stronger emphasis on the city determining which verges are suitable for trees to be planted. So I guess the signal from the policy amendment is for the city from an operational implementation perspective to probably take a little bit firmer stance in relation to that, whereas at the moment, as you've said, it is quite operational and we do give multiple opportunities for people to opt out. We would probably just review that process and just again based on the ability for the city to implement the policy in accordance with what council's intending. I'd say we really probably do need to make some changes to the current process to reflect the changes to the policy wording. Thanks.
All right, we're on to a speaker against. Oh no, hang on. We're on to Councillor Robbins. Councillor to speak now or later to the amendment?
I'll speak now, that's okay. I'm speaking in favour of the amendment because I think it's appropriate the suburbs that missed out on having the opt-in to a verge tree get that opportunity. I did put a post on social media and was overwhelmed with the response from the people of Adderdale and Victon and Alfred Cove, but particularly if I look at the Adderdale results, a lot of people are, 67% of my approximately 200 responses like the idea of a verge tree, which is fabulous. However, about 30% didn't. So I'm hoping in this amendment that Councillor Robbins has created, I hope the 70% of respondents who said, yes, 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 we want a verge tree, take up the offer straight away, which would be sensational. And also I hope the people of Bull Creek and Leeming who also feel that way take up the opportunity. So I think it's fair in terms, we're talking equity. I think this is a great idea. So I'm happy to support this amendment and give the people of Bull Creek, Adderdale and Leeming a go of the opt-in before the compulsory verge trees come into effect.
Okay, is there a speaker against this amendment? Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And while I certainly understand the position that Councillor Robbins has taken, and I do accept that it does, particularly as we're coming to the end of the first round of the street tree planting process, that if you were in one of the last three suburbs, you might feel that you have been treated differently. The reality, however, is that the process for undertaking the street tree planting the street tree planting process that we have undertaken has been a very long time coming, and it was perhaps unrealistic to think that we would be able to get through what is very close to a decade's worth of programming for street tree planting and not have to address the elephant in the room, that is dealing with how we have at a policy level treated street tree planting. I must say I am very invigorated by Councillor Barber noting that 67% of people in her kind of Facebook straw poll noted strong support for street tree planting on verges. And this, I note, accords with the sentiments that we've found every time we go out to the community to ask them about protection and expansion of the canopy generally, that it is overwhelmingly the case that people want the street trees to be planted, they want them to be protected, they want the canopy to expand. Yes, there will be a minority of people who are not pleased that they have not had the opportunity to opt out in the first instance. We know simply from the surveys that we've done and even from the informal sort of surveys that Councillor Barber has received that they will be the minority of people. We have a job to do when it comes to representing the views of the majority of the city, and I can very safely say that on any analysis, the majority of the city is absolutely behind us when it comes to implementing a policy to plant trees on as many verges as we can. I think that taking steps to slow that process down or to otherwise not engage in that process, first of all, sends the wrong message, and second of all, makes it harder for us to progress where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. A speaker for?
Madam Mayor, may I just have a query? I have a query, thank you.
Councillor Spanbrook.
Thank you. With regard to the actual amendment itself, because it does actually appear that the amendment with the last part of the wording was actually debated or discussed in the Policy and Legislation Committee, which it was not. And the part that I'm referring to is that so that residents in Adelaide, Leeming and the remaining parts of Bull Creek have the opportunity to opt out, whereas that was never ever part of a discussion within the Policy and Legislation Committee. So therefore the
So what's your question?
So the actual wording of the amendment, it actually gives people the false belief that hang on a minute, sorry, I'll go back again.
That sounds like a debate.
No, it's not a debate.
It's not.
I'm
What's
just
the
explaining to you, because I was at the Policy and
don't
Legislation
explain it, just
Committee.
ask the question,
That the part that says that the residents in Adelaide, Leeming and remaining parts of Bull Creek have the opportunity to opt out of verge tree was never discussed, and nor at the Policy and Legislation Committee.
Councillor Spanbrook, it doesn't matter if it was or it wasn't. The proposal tonight is this. This is the proposal tonight. It doesn't matter whether it was discussed or not.
Mayor, but it says here, with the Fifth Amendment proposed by the Policy and Legislation Committee, and then it reads on, only to be implemented once a citywide verge tree planting program has been completed.
Oh, I see what you mean. With the Fifth
and that was not discussed at the Policy and Legislation Committee.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to refute that. I don't know, as a point of order, perhaps.
Hold on. Ms Bowman, CEO, just would like to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I believe the amendment is relating to the fifth point of what was discussed at the Policy and Legislation Committee. So it's referring to the fifth point in the amendments that were proposed by the Policy and Legislation Committee. But then, as you've said, the rest of the amendment wasn't discussed specifically, and so Councillor Robbins is raising an amendment to the fifth point, which was discussed at the Policy and Legislation Committee. So that's why it's worded in that way. Does that make sense? So Councillor Robbins is referring to the fifth point, which was discussed at the Policy Committee. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I think that's clarified it. Now, is there a speaker against? Oh, we've had a speaker against. Is there a speaker for? Okay, if there's no further speakers, I shall go back to Councillor Robbins to wrap up her debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the city continues its verge tree planting program, the next suburbs to receive verge trees or to receive letters regarding verge trees will be Adelaide, Leeming and the rest of Bull Creek. So it's up to us as a council to give officers some direction on how we would like them to approach those remaining 2.5 suburbs, whether they continue with the current process, which is sending residents a letter asking if they'd like to opt out from a verge tree, or whether we introduce the new policy as suggested by the Policy and Legislation Committee straight away, which is that unless there's a very valid reason as to why a verge shouldn't have a verge tree, that residents really won't get a choice and that a verge tree will be planted. So my suggestion is that we, for the sake of fairness and for the sake of allowing all residents the same opportunity in the first instance, that we allow those remaining 2.5 suburbs the option to opt out, after which time the Part 5 of the recommendation from the Policy and Legislation Committee would come into play, which is that a tree will be planted on every verge deemed suitable by the city. So just to clarify, I'm not opposed to the compulsory verge trees. I just think that we should allow the current process to run its course till we've finished all suburbs of the city, and once the whole city has been covered by the current program, that at that point we implement the new program, which will be planting a tree essentially on every verge. Just to clarify, I think there was a little bit of confusion around the wording of my amendment and what it proposes to do. So just to clarify, it doesn't amend the policy as such, because the content of my amendment is quite operational. It's intended just for the council to give guidance to the officers about how we'd like them to carry out the program. So it doesn't amend the policy itself. It doesn't amend the recommendations of the Policy and Legislation Committee. They've made their recommendation and that'll be in the minutes of that meeting. But it's just this body here, the council, giving some direction to the officers about how we'd like them to proceed with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. We'll now proceed to the vote. So if you support the amendment of Councillor Robbins, vote green. If you do not support it, vote red. Thank you very much. The vote is tied at 5-all. I will cast my second vote in favour of the amendment. Thank you. So now we're back to the amended motion.
Madam Mayor,
yes,
could you just clarify, have we had a couple of councillors leave the meeting?
Yes, we did. We've got connectivity problems with Councillor Wheatland. She is in Europe, and Councillor Hong is unwell. Thank you. All right, the vote is clear. Councillor Breen, oh sorry, no, we're not asking for you yet. We're asking for a speaker against Councillor Spanbrook of the substantive motion now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are many reasons to oppose this motion. First of all, that the motion does not take into consideration the Local Government Act. This motion is being presented to Council without due consideration of the new information that was brought to the attention of elected members during an elected member engagement session. Yes, the tree policy was presented to 2 Policy and Legislation Committees, but this new information was not part of that, as this new information has only come to light the last week or so. But what is more important is the new information. It came from the Department of Local Government, and that is that the city's tree policy does not comply with the Local Government Act. So just a bit of background, just with regard to governance and the Policy and Legislation Committee. The review of policies used to be within the Governance Committee, and it required dedicated time and focus. As this committee had many other agenda items to consider, drafting or reviewing policies was potentially being overshadowed or not being prioritised due to the competing agendas, and also was not given sufficient time. Therefore, this was best achieved through a standalone committee, now known as the Policy and Legislation Committee. At the time, the Policy and Legislation Committee was reviewing the tree policy, as I just said, they were not aware of the policy not being compliant with the Local Government Act, just to reiterate. Therefore, this motion is ignoring the purpose of the Policy and Legislation Committee and the very reason it was established for. So crafting this policy on the run is just not good governance. The city has what has already been spoken about. The city is yet to complete the Verge Tree program, and with 3 suburbs to go, being Leeming, part of Bull Creek and Atterdale, these suburbs need to be given the opportunity to opt in or opt out of a Verge Tree. If not, then this is inequitable, whereas the 14 other suburbs throughout the city of Melville, they have been given that option. And just so people are aware of, I am actually the ward councillor for Bull Creek and Leeming. The tree policy needs to be more prescriptive. There's another reason to reject it, and by referring the policy back to the Policy and Legislation Committee for further consideration. In saying that, this also will allow officers sufficient time to check with other local governments, and of course, once the policy has been drafted there, then it needs to go to the Department of Local Government to ensure it is compliant with the Local Government Act, and that is very important. There will also, of course, be sufficient time for the city then to continue with the Verge Tree program and to finish covering the three remaining suburbs under the current Verge Tree program, I should say. Now, just to make sure that there aren't people, perhaps within our vicinity that no one is rejecting the significance of Verge Trees. But the issue, once again, I reiterate, the 3 suburbs, that they should be afforded the same treatment as the remaining 14 suburbs that have. So therefore, and also, as was just recently spoken about, that they should also be given the option of, the type of tree and where they would like it to be positioned. So how much time have I got? And another reason to reject it, that once the changes are actually given to the tree policy and once compliant with the Local Government Act, I would also like to see this policy go out to community engagement, as it is be a vast difference from the current tree policy. And I think that does need to go back out to the community so they can actually then get, it needs to be more transparent out there amongst everyone. So therefore, I would strongly ask that the elected members reject this motion and allow it to be referred back to the Policy and Legislation Committee as according to what the recommendation is. Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 4. Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to respond to a couple of the comments made, Councillor Green, I think, has addressed the concerns that were raised by officers, which was about compliance with the Local Government Act. Councillor Green has amended the wording to, I guess, take out that operational aspect that I think was the officers' concern, that councillors were essentially delving into operational matters. The proposed wording by Councillor Green says that any elected member may move a motion to request removal. So the ability for a councillor to move a motion is something that we already have, and we do it all the time. We move motions to suggest to the CEO something that we'd like to happen, and sometimes those things may be operational, but the council obviously feels that it's a big enough issue, that it affects a large enough part of the community in some cases, or it's a significant enough issue, or it's a strategic enough issue that that the involvement of the council is justified. So we already have the ability to move motions, and the changes recommended by Councillor Green are consistent with that. In terms of the policy being amended on the run, I don't really agree with that statement, as it has been to the Policy and Legislation Committee twice, and we're just looking at one change to one component. Councillor Green circulated this alternate motion days ago, so there's been ample opportunity for it to be considered by elected members. And yeah, I think that we've discussed this at multiple EMESs. I think elected members are across the detail, and yeah, I don't think that what is proposed by Councillor Green represents a significant departure from what has already been considered. It's only one aspect that's changing slightly. So I recommend that all councillors support the alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. A speaker against? Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking as the chairperson of the Governance Committee, and as the chairperson of the Governance Committee, I believe that we as a council have to, it's imperative that we follow good governance. And unfortunately, whilst I know Councillor Green is anxious to get the tree policy amended and out there, we just can't do it without proper oversight and proper consideration and proper understanding of what risks are being managed due to not complying with the Act, and how the policy can actually be rewritten to include the actual clause of the Act that is being referred to, and to give us more reference to what we are meant to be complying with moving forward. I'm concerned that the officer's advice note, which actually says any proposed decision-making framework should be consistent with the provisions of the Act and may require the establishment of delegations and or authorisations and an appropriate appeal process, have potentially been ignored by Councillor Green in his insistence on bringing this alternative motion to Council this evening. The officer's note goes on to talk about the removal of paragraph 2 of clause 3.4, which is the tree removal challenge process. Eliminates the ability to apply broader criteria to the assessment, so any report required by the council would be based on the criteria in the policy, resulting in a circular process. And I'm sure we all don't want a circular process, because it will never end, and I feel for the poor people who are bringing a challenge to council and get stuck in this circular process. So it goes on to say, to support a formal challenge process, the policy should have clearly defined stages and timeframes which are not included in this proposed amendment. And once again, I stress that good governance is what we need, and that is why the motion should not be passed. We should allow what the officers want. We should allow for the policy to go back, maybe just for a few weeks, to the committee for referral and for consideration and for redrafting, and to come up with a robust policy that we can be confident of. And then we should schedule the policy, we can do it by the motion, to be called up next year so that it can be amended once Adadale, part of Bull Creek and Leeming have had their turn in the opt-out process, and the trees that have been planted for them have been planted, and then in the 2007 planting year, I think it is, then we can move into a new era where hopefully we will get more trees. The council is currently in the 4th year of planting 700 trees, so they have stepped up, and I'm hoping that 700 trees haven't been taken from private land, but maybe they have, but we are trying to close the gap. And thank you again to Ms Cole for her very excellent presentation this evening. But I just don't feel that this amended motion is doing the job of, supporting the tree policy to the greatest extent that it could. It's not providing us with good governance, because it's not encouraging us to explicitly comply with the Act, and it's not referring or reflecting or incorporating the officer's advice as included in the advice note. And for these reasons, I ask you all to consider voting against the alternative motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask if there's any further speakers who wish to speak, as I need to balance the debate, and I need, if there's going to be a speaker for, there needs to be a speaker against. In fact, we're going to wrap up with a speaker for.
I'm happy to see. Is there another speaker for? No?
Pardon?
I wondered if there was a speaker for.
Well, the person wrapping up the debate is going to be for. So I think that at this point, we could have another for, but we'd need another against.
I probably am an against.
Okay. Do we have another speaker for? Against? Okay, I think we better just go to the wrap up the debate. Councillor Green, could you please wrap the debate up and we'll proceed to that vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the reasons in my alternative motion mention, there is still work to be done on the tree policy. I acknowledge that. The Policy and Legislation Committee acknowledged that. But the council requested recommendations from the Policy and Legislation Committee, and that's what this alternative motion is doing. So on that front, we have certainly had the consultation and the due process. Unfortunately, at the last minute, there was a compliance issue raised. However, that compliance issue is in the existing tree policy. It's not part of a proposed amendment. And as I said before, the compliance issues, I believe, should be addressed urgently. This is an urgent attempt to address that, but it doesn't discount or it doesn't dismiss any attempts to improve on that in future. So I don't see that we have a governance issue. I don't think voting for this alternative motion is in any way disregarding due governance and continued work. So I don't believe that making a decision now, a step in the right direction, should be considered a governance issue that can't be improved upon from here. I believe it's been improved upon already, and we can make further improvements. But what it ultimately comes down to is we've had a lot of dancing around the subject, a lot of attempts to delay a decision on this, and frankly, attempts to somehow distract the debate away from, are we committed to a step towards more compulsory trees on verges, or aren't we? And I compel elected members to just stand by their own conviction on that and vote on that basis. Are you for having trees planted where deemed suitable by the city, or aren't you? Rather than having a go at the process and basically just trying to stall or perhaps even sabotage the process that has been put in place by council already. So
I object to the use of the word sabotage.
Okay, I'll retract the word sabotage.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
I did say perhaps that's probably not an appropriate word, but I just believe that we should just stick to the subject here, and rather than sort of criticising the process, and just try and work towards a solution. As a city, we need to lead by example when it comes to the increasing our tree canopy. We need to be doing what we can, where we can, to plant trees and lead by example, so that down the track, when we get to more difficult decisions about asking private residents to do things about trees on their own private land, we're in a stronger position as leaders to say we are doing what we can on our land, and we're now asking you to look at what you can do on yours. So I think that's a very important point. As we're not far away now from debating the possibility of adopting the Walga policy about trees on private land, or a variation of that. That is going to involve discussions with residents about trees on their private land. So if we can't implement this, what chance have we got on private land?
Councillor Green, you're introducing a new debate, and we're not discussing private property trees. We're only discussing verge trees. Thank you.
I understand that this is a first step that needs to be taken, so I guess that's all I was looking to say there. An example, though, is where...
Would you wrap up your debate, please?
Okay, all right. I just believe that if we don't have a stronger approach to our verge tree policy, then opportunities to increase our tree canopy in other ways down the track will be compromised. So therefore, I urge you all to vote for this motion, which is a step in the right direction, not the complete solution, but a step in the right direction for improvement to trees on verges. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the vote. Green is for agreeing with Councillor Green's alternative motion, and red is against. The vote is tied. I will cast my vote against. Thank you. So that is lost. All right, we're now moving on to the next item. Sorry, officer's recommendation. This one. Okay, the officer's recommendation. Can I please have a mover and seconder, please? Officer's recommendation. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Hello? Oh, Councillor Ross. Thank you. Moved Councillor Ross, seconded Councillor Spanbrook. Now we have the deferral of the tree policy, and so can I please ask Councillor Ross to lead the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try not to labour the point here. The officers have asked for time to review the policy because of late information that there were problems with what was being proposed. I think that is a responsible thing to do, and I think it's the right thing to give them the opportunity to do that. So I'll ask everyone to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Spanbrook, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against? If you're happy, since we've spoken so much on the last motion, would you be happy to go straight to the vote now? Okay, thank you. We're going to go straight to the vote on the officer's recommendation. So green is to support the officer's recommendation, and the red is to not support it. So this is the review of the tree policy. Oh, you can change that now. Press the button you want. For? Yes, it's quite correct. Okay, so if you do make a mistake, you can press the opposite button to change your vote. Okay, Councillor Green, we're waiting on you to vote. Okay. It is carried 7-2. Thank you very much. So the policy will be discussed again on another occasion. Moving on to the next item is UP 2577, New Council Policy. State Administrative Tribunal. Can I please have a mover and seconder for this item? It lapses if you don't. Councillor Spanbrook moved, seconded, please. Can I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Ross, thank you. Councillor Spanbrook, do you wish to speak to this?
Madam Mayor, I think it's quite self-explanatory. I don't think there's any need to say anything more on that. So I'm sure everyone's read the actual policy and perhaps we can go straight to the vote. Thank you.
Is there any voice opposed to this particular item? If there's no one opposed to this item, I will declare it carried. Moving on to the next item. Councillor Lee, could you please leave? You have a financial interest. M2556, request to attend Walga Local Government Convention 2025. Okay, I need a mover and seconder for this item. Thank you, Councillor Ross. Seconder, Councillor Spanbrook. Is there anyone opposed? I declare it carried. Councillor Lee can return to the room. Has he gone? Well, we'll proceed if we have a quorum. We have a quorum, we can proceed. So next item is C25301, Walga Annual General Meeting nomination of City of Melville voting delegates. Now, prior to tabling the officer's recommendation, can the Head of Governance please advise if any nominations have been received? Thank you. Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, we've received one nomination from yourself to be a voting delegate. No other nominations have been received.
Are there any nominations from the floor? Any? None at all? Oh, Councillor Ross, thank you. Oh, I don't know. I'm not certain. She didn't indicate an interest. So we is there anyone who wishes to be a proxy? Oh, Councillor Spanbrook wishes to be a proxy. Okay, if there's no more nominations, is everybody clear what we're voting on? We're voting on the delegates to the Walga Conference. Okay, so if there's no further nominations, I'm going to hand over to Ms Newman to deal with this matter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you just give us one moment, we'll populate that into the officer recommendation and then we'll just need you to call the vote. Why am I proxy member? Could I please have a mover and seconder? Oh, Councillor Lim, you wish to nominate?
I'm happy to be a second proxy if...
A second proxy? Thank you very much. Councillor Lim wishes to be a second proxy. All right, all positions are filled. If there's no further nominations... Oh, no. Oh, you're moving it. Thank you, Councillor Barber. Seconded. Councillor Robbins. Is there anyone opposed? I declare it carried. Thank you. Okay, we're moving to item C25304, Statements of Financial Activity for June. Can I please have a mover and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Edinger. Seconded, Councillor Lee. Is there anyone opposed? No one opposed. I declare it carried. Item CD 2549, Morris Buzzacott Reserve Change Room and Storeroom for Refurbishment, CSRFF application. I would like to, prior to tabling this item, I'd like to remind Council of the officer advice note distributed on Friday 15th of August. Additionally, I note that an amendment has been submitted by Councillor Lim and will be dealt with after tabling the officer recommendation. So can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Robbins, seconded. Councillor Barber. Okay, Councillor Robbins, do you wish to open the debate, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start off by acknowledging some of our officers for their hard work on this item, in particular Dean Burton and Jeff Edwards. Also like to thank the 3 clubs that call this part of Morris Buzzacott home. So Kelly Gus and the team from the Cardinia Red Sox, Ben and the team from the CBC Amateur Footy Club, and Dale and the team from the Cardinia Tennis Club. This item represents a much needed upgrade for the change rooms in the Morris Buzzacott facility that are currently in a state of disrepair. The Morris Buzzacott Reserve has quite a few different components. So we have the facility that is that houses the hockey club and the junior and senior cricket clubs, and the facility that we're discussing here this evening is housed by those 3 clubs that I've just mentioned. The facility was, I believe, built in the 90s, and whilst the shell of the building is still standing and essentially doing quite well, the internal building is in a terrible state and really needs some investment of funds to bring it up to scratch. The change rooms are probably or definitely the worst part of the current facility. I think ideally all 3 clubs would love it if we could just knock the whole thing down and start again and build a beautiful new facility, but unfortunately that would be a very expensive undertaking and just something that we're not in a position to do at the moment. I'd love for that to happen in the future, and I'm very hopeful that it will, but at the moment we need to make a decision for the short term of this facility, and the change rooms really can't be allowed to stay in their current state any longer. Yesterday, the Mayor and I went down and had a look at the shower and the toilet facilities inside those change rooms, and it really isn't usable. It's not fit for purpose. The teams that are getting changed in there, I really don't know how they are managing to make it work. When they have men's and women's teams, some of the change rooms aren't even usable at all and currently being used to store things in. So I really don't know how they're managing to make it work. And I really think that we need to get this done as soon as possible, and then in the future hopefully look to upgrade the club rooms, whether that's a refurbishment or a rebuild, I don't know at this point, but that's something that we'll look at in the future. Even though it is a $1.8 million price tag, which seems a lot, refurbishing these change rooms really is the bare minimum just to bring them up to speed and allow people to keep playing the sports they love down there. I understand that it's not ideal for all of the clubs. In particular, I know there is a desire for an outward-facing kiosk, but unfortunately, due to the cost limitations, it's just not I don't think it's really viable at this stage, especially given that the kitchen was refurbished only 5 years ago. But I am hopeful, as I said, that we can undertake those upgrades in the future. The Morris Buzzacott site development plan, which includes the whole site, so the hockey and the cricket clubs that I mentioned before, but also the Cardinia Bowling Club and the Netball Club. A site development plan is being undertaken for the whole site, and that will provide further guidance on how this refurbished facility will integrate with other users at the reserve as the area continues to grow and improve. I will just make a brief comment on the officer's advice note about the CSRFF funding. I was very disappointed to read that the government hasn't yet opened that for submissions, and I guess I have some concerns that they're not going to continue with that program, which I think is really disappointing, and I hope that I'm wrong and that they will open it soon and that we will be able to apply for the CSRFF funding through that program and that will be successful, and that funding will cover a third of the cost of this project, and that we don't have to, that officers don't have to come back to council asking us for more money to fund that gap. So I encourage the government to continue with what has been a very long-standing funding program, because not only this facility but many others are in dire need of some support from the state government. So I hope that they will continue that program, and I hope my fellow councillors here this evening will support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Barber, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll speak now, Madam Mayor. I'll be surprised if anybody wants to speak against this, but yes, I commend the city on putting forward Morris Buzzacott for this significant upgrade. It is a high price of 1.8 mil, and in the olden days, the CSRFF used to be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 state government, 1/3 local government and 1/3 sporting clubs. But with costs such as 1.8 mil, it really is prohibitive to our local clubs, and so I commend the City of Melville and its officers and us as councillors for budgeting for the upgrade of these sporting facilities, which are so important. And I guess this is a prime example of where our rates go. So I hope all the users, all the clubs work together and enjoy the prospect of this new facility.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Now, Councillor Lim, you have an amendment. Do you wish to proceed with that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Oh, it's up on the screen. Just quickly read that, if you would. Does this item have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Ross, thank you. Councillor Lim, could you please speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is really just, it's just trying to add more strength to the recommendation. And I apologize for it being so late, but it's really just sort of giving it a bit more strength, even though it's not really 100% necessary, given that it's only a single application, is sort of one of one. But I think it sort of adds a bit more weight into how, like, the City of Melville is sort of approaching this project as an A rating, even though it doesn't explicitly say it, is sort of given. So yeah, it's just sort of an operational amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if it helps and if the seconder is okay with it, I'm happy to include that.
Yes, if the seconder is happy. Councillor Barber, would you be happy to include that? Okay, we have to actually vote on it now because it's had a mover and seconder and the debate has started. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Spanbrook?
Thank you.
Yes.
With regard to this, this project being rated A, how does that actually put other projects back? What are the other ones? So why, so if it's only just the one,
Can I I'll just ask the CEO to clarify
Thank
that.
you, yeah.
What actually is the impact of rating it
Yes,
A? Thank you, Ms Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So within the officer's report, this project has already been rated as a well-planned and needed by local government, and it is the only application that is being considered or submitted at this point. So it doesn't have any effect, and there's no concerns from officers regarding that amendment. It's in keeping with the report. Thank you.
So is it fair to say then, Madam Mayor, that this amendment is irrelevant then? Is there any need for it?
Well, it's sort of starting to become a debate. What I'll do is I'll ask if there's anyone opposed. Oh, Councillor Ross, do you wish to have an opportunity to speak? We'll allow you to do that first.
No,
Thank
I'll
you.
reserve my right, thank you.
You might be giving your right up. Is there anyone opposed to this? If there's no one opposed, I declare it carried. So now we're back to the substantive motion. and we have had a speaker for. Is there anyone against? If there's no one opposed? Oh, you want to wrap up, do you? Oh, okay. If there's no speaker against, oh, pardon? Yeah, but Councillor Robbins wants to wrap up the debate.
Thank you. I'd just like to quickly
Thank you.
respond to the question about whether the amendments are relevant. So as noted in the report, usually there's a project ranking and a project rating, and I acknowledge that the project ranking is irrelevant because there is only one project, but in terms of the project rating, there's actually 5 categories that can be assigned to each, 6 categories that can be assigned to each project. So there's A, well planned and needed by local government, B, well planned and needed by applicants, C, needed by municipality, more planning required, D, needed by applicant, more planning required, E, idea has merit, more planning work needed, and F, not recommended. So yes, the officers did note in their report that they were giving it an A, yes, but I think it's important that that is included in the recommendation that the council is adopting, because as we all know, those words in red are the council's decision. The rest of the report is officers' commentary, but that part in red is what the council is saying. So I think it's important that we include that wording, and I thank Councillor Lim for moving that amendment, and it also just makes it consistent with the other CSRFF applications that the council has considered historically, because generally we do include the project priority and also the what's the other one called? Sorry, I've lost it now. But whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 and the A, B, C, D. Obviously, in this case, one of those is not required, but I think it's important we still include the other one. I think this is a fantastic project, and as I said, hopefully we can do more at Morris Buzzicott in the future when the time comes. But for now, this project is definitely required, and I would encourage the other councillors to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone opposed? If there is no one opposed, I declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is E2574, Kearns Crescent Renewal. I will be leaving this debate, and Councillor Barber, could you please take the chair?
Right, so E2574 is the Kearns Crescent Renewal Project, and I understand, Councillor Ross, you are moving an amendment to this item. However, this will be dealt with after tabling the officer recommendation. So we need a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Edinger would like to move it, and Councillor Lee, you would like to second the officer's recommendation. Councillor Edinger, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Councillor Barber. So whilst I fully supported the officer's option 1, which was the bells, whistles and bunting approach, I think that the city is being very sensible in proposing, as a start, upgrading the streetscape by resurfacing the road and basic renewal of assets in the precinct. The poor Kearns Crescent, they've really been the victim of changing shopping habits, changing spending habits and cost of living crisis, and it's looking a bit sad and worn. I don't know when the last makeover was, maybe early this century, no idea, but anyway. The city also needs to ensure that pedestrians can safely make it from their cars, the pedestrians that come can safely make it from their cars to the shops that are still there, and to do that they will need to install a footpath on either side, one side of the road, and so I think that will be part of the basic renewal of assets. And I think that if we start this upgrade, then hopefully it will reinvigorate the Kearns Crescent streetscape, and that in turn will attract a wider range of shops and eating places, and that will activate the Crescent. So with this in mind, I encourage you all to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edinger. Councillor Lee, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Speak now, thank you.
No, reserve is right.
Oh, reserve is right. Thank you very much. Councillor Ross, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is supports the intention of the current motion, but just like to change a couple of things about it. After the current streetscape upgrade, to put the word instead, insert the word instead, to carry out road resurfacing and to delete when they have reached the end of their useful life expectancy, and replace with the works to commence within the 2026-2027 financial year. And point 2, that the council requests that the above works for the eastern and western sides of Kearns Crescent be scheduled to be done separately and consecutively in order to minimise disruption to business activity in the area. The reasons behind the...
Just before you give your reasons, Councillor Ross, I'll ask for a seconder to your amendment in a moment. Have you spoken to the city officers about this amendment?
Yes, I have.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. And can I have a seconder for Councillor Ross's? Thank you, Councillor Lim. All right, Councillor Ross, would you like to give your reasons for the amendment?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The reasons for the amendment are that with the present wording of the motion, when they've reached the end of their useful life is open-ended, and there's no certainty to it. There's an amount of 3.8 million tied up in the long-term financial plan that was allocated to this project, and by making this this amendment, giving it some certainty, it frees up that 3.8 million. An expense of approximately $300,000 will instead be expended, and the other 3.8, the rest of that $3.8 million can be allocated to other projects that are probably more supported by the community and in need of support, such as upgrades to change rooms, universal access facilities, etc. So it brings certainty to what we're proposing here. The second part of the amendment is that requesting that the way the works are carried out, separately on the eastern side, separately on the western side, but consecutively, so as to minimize the disruption of the businesses. I think they're both very simple requests and things that would normally be done, I expect, in any way, but it just clarifies that, and it makes it, puts less pressure on the businesses in the area. So for the sake of clarity and certainty, I think these amendments should be supported, and I ask everyone to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Lim, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'm happy to speak now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I'm supportive of this amendment because, when we spoke to the Kearns group, they were in favour of actually getting the work done, just not in the way where it was reducing parking, but it's still in favour of the place looking, pristine and beautiful. So I agree that we need to have a bit of certainty because end of useful life is sort of, it's a pretty objective sort of phrase, like it can change like the wind almost. So having a bit of time frame around this definitely provides forward planning for the businesses in that area as well, knowing that there will be disruption and they sort of know when, and they can plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lim. Is there any opposition to this amendment? Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have a question?
Just a question. So there's been an indication that this has been discussed with officers. I wonder, I mean, I'm not aware of when the useful life of that road is and when it's scheduled for resurfacing. Is that information that we have or that can be shared with us? Because it's, I think, fairly important given the matter before us.
The CEO would like to respond to your question.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. My understanding was it was scheduled for the 26-27 financial year to do the road resurfacing, and so that would be in line with the timing. The other amendment to look at a consecutive type of process, we would need to obviously include that in a tender to say that, you know, potentially Part A would be completed first on the east or the west, and then the second component. There may be obviously some considerations in the tender process around that, but the renewal works were planned for 26-27, and it will give officers some time to do the design work as well for the renewal works if needed, and any footpath upgrades as part of a renewal, not obviously the other more significant streetscape upgrade, but minor renewal type of work and asset replacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Councillor Spanbrook, you have a question?
Thank you there, Acting Presiding Member. I'm just wanting a bit more information on the wording where Councillor Ross has got when they have reached the end of their useful life expectancy, which refers to the basic renewal of assets. So is that referring to the seating that is there, that is near where C15 used to be? I can't think of the name of the restaurant. Is it Kona, the new cafe there? What are the actual assets that they're referring to that the officers are? Because it doesn't actually stipulate them. So if I can some information with what are the assets? And because there's no mention of the assets as the officers have got in their recommendation in Councillor Ross's amendment.
Thank you. The CEO will attempt to answer your question.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. So as you've said, Councillor Spanbrook, it would normally include any furniture that was needing to be replaced as part of a footpath program or road resurfacing program. So as part of that renewal, we would need to look at replacing any assets that normally had reached the end of their useful life. And so it would be street furniture, any bollards, etc., regarding, you know, the assets that are along the road area, and then the adjacent footpath that already exists. Obviously, the streetscape upgrade that was originally proposed would not be occurring. It's just a renewal and refurbishment of existing footpath and the actual road itself. Thank you.
So can I ask the question then, should that be something of that mentioned within Councillor Ross's then, the amendment that he's proposing? Because there is no mention at all of it, so it seems like as if it's, you know, becomes non-existent.
Madam CEO.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. I'm not quite sure what you mean. So Councillor Ross's amendment was removing from point 1 the words when they've reached the end of their useful life expectancy, but it still did include carry out road resurfacing and basic renewal of assets in the precinct, and it would be within the 26-27 financial year. So those assets are still included in the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now get it. Thanks.
Yep, no, I think they are included. So thank you, Councillor Spanbrook. Are there any other questions? Is there any opposition to Councillor Ross's amendment? If not, I declare it carried. We now move to the substantive motion as amended. Councillor Lee, would you like to... first of all, is there any opposition to the motion as amended? Councillor Lee, would you like to have a quick wrap-up?
Madam Chair.
There is a... Oh, sorry, Councillor Ross.
There is one word has been left out of the... After the word upgrade or after the word and, instead to carry out was the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. I think we're working on that now. Councillor Lee, would you like to second and potentially wrap up this debate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Edinger forgot to mention that the 99% of the business owners have objected to the streetscape, and they understood that the Wilcox parking is not going to be going ahead without the streetscape. So it's unanimous. The feedback is they do not want it, and they've even invented what do you call it? The common theme. If you don't, there's no rates to be collected if you got no business left without the car park. So I've spoken to a lot of the business owners, and it was unanimous. So there's no argument of where they stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. And yeah, personally, I'm disappointed that we couldn't reach some collaboration with the business owners, but you're right, the city did listen to them, and at this stage, the upgrade of the street's not going ahead. Councillor Edinger, would you like to give a quick wrap-up?
Thank you, Acting Chair. End of working life. My husband's car is definitely at the end of its working life. I wish he'd take heed and get a new car. Come closer. Oh, he needs a new car because it's at the end of its working life. But I get the cold air on my side during winter. It's not fair. Should be hot air. Anyway, that aside, thank you everyone for your contribution to this motion. I look forward very much to seeing the road resurfacing. I don't think there's going to be many changes to the parking, Terry, so I think we'll keep the shopkeepers happy, even though it's actually council land that we're changing, and we should be able to do what we like to our land in this instance. But anyway, and I hope, as I said in my opening remarks, that just a refresh is enough to encourage new life in that area and activation in that area. And that will convince them that moving to option 1, 2 or 3 will be well deserved and well proven. This is like a taster, so it will be a taster of what is to come if the city decides to go further with improving the look and feel of the streetscape in that area. So with that in mind, we can all look forward to the road resurfacing next year, and if we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edinger. Thank you, Councillor Ross, for your contribution. Is there any opposition to this motion? If not, I declare it carried. Prior to the next item, I would like to invite the Mayor to return to the meeting, and I will vacate the chair. Additionally, I would like to invite Councillor Green, having disclosed a proximity interest in the next item, to leave the room. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item E2579, RFQ 242514, refurbishment of change rooms at Karoonda Reserve. I remind elected members that this item has a confidential attachment. Should elected members wish to discuss the contents, please advise, and this item will be held to the end of the meeting to go behind closed doors. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officer recommendation, please? Councillor Edinger, seconder Councillor Robbins. Yes, Councillor Edinger, do you wish to speak to this?
I would love to speak to this. renewal of our sadly ageing change rooms is a key goal of council since before I came on council, and we're moving through I don't know how much of a percentage we're through, maybe 70%, 60%, no idea. So I'm sure the people at Karoonda Reserve will be thrilled to know that a contract will finally be let to renew their facilities, and I look forward to seeing them painted and tiled and carpeted. I don't know what they're doing there. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Thank you. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edinger. Councillor Robbins, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed to this item? If no one's opposed, I declare it carried. Thank you. Councillor Green can return. And I invite Councillor Lee, having disclosed a financial interest, and Councillor Fitzgerald, having disclosed a proximity interest, to leave the meeting, please. Right, so UP 2578, Review of Local Planning Policy 1.21, Short-Term Accommodation. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Barber moved, seconded. Councillor Spanbrook. Councillor Barber, is there anyone against this, anyone opposed to this item? Councillor Green, it's a review of the Local Planning Policy 1.21, Short-Term Accommodation. Is anybody opposed to this item? If no one is opposed, I will declare it carried. Thank you. Prior to the next item, I'd like to invite Councillor Lee and Councillor Fitzgerald to please return to the chambers. This next item is UP 2580, Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan Review. Further information request, Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage. I will be vacating the chair, and I ask Councillor Barber to take the chair.
I can also advise that Councillor Lee has declared an interest in this item and has left the meeting. This is UP 2580, Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan Review. Further information request, Department Planning, Lands and Heritage. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officer recommendation, please? Councillor Fitzgerald moved. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Spanbrook, thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, and I note that I'd speak to this motion with some trepidation because, in a sense, there is a part of me that would like to speak against this motion and speak against the supplying of further information. But in the interest of attempting to get the best possible position for the city, I think the broad view of councillors, and it's one that I share, is that being cooperative, giving the information that's requested and still putting the city's position very firmly is the best way forward. So I speak mainly to note that happily, as the feasibility modelling report indicates, construction within the CBACP is perfectly profitable at the current situation in the current market without any additional heights. And so to the extent that the department now must consider Do they need to reject the city's request to not have additional bonus heights in the area? I hope that this information is useful to them in saying that no matter what they might be being told by developers, the objective facts are that it is not necessary to go any higher than we have requested. However, despite our very firm position that bonus heights are not necessary, we also need to be clear that if the department is minded to allow bonus heights, and we suggest they should not, if they are going to do it, we need to be clear that there has to be a benefit that is returned to the community from those bonus heights, and with the work here that sets out what we feel is the appropriate level in terms of a return to the community. So again, in the interest of cooperation and providing the most detailed advice and hopefully putting the city in the best possible position, I'm happy to move the recommendation that we pass this information on. However, I would just like to strongly suggest that we do not deviate from the position that we have put to the department in the first place and the position that we maintain that these additional bonus heights are simply not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzgerald. Ms Newman, Head of Governance, would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Acting Presiding Member. I just wanted to advise elected members that in point 4 you'll see some yellow highlight. We've added just a couple of comments just to assist with the readability of that particular point. Just drawing that to your attention, it wasn't in the original agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Newman. Councillor Spanbrook, you seconded the motion. Would you like to speak?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Is there any opposition to this motion? Councillor Ross, you have a question?
My question is whether point 4 is sufficiently strong or whether the council should give additional reasons such as if the WAPC is of a mind to provide or enforce additional heights, the costs and impact upon the city of having to, number one, work out what those community benefits would be and having to then apply those or use those funds obtained within a 4-year period, and the costs of doing all of that work, how that will impact upon the actual money that's received from the community benefits, so that how much will the community benefits actually work out to be after you've added in the, all the costs that the city has incurred in order to administrate that whole process. So there are implications of the WAPC still going against the city, that maybe the city could give reasons for why, they and strengthen their position. I did have a very fruitful discussion with the director and manager of planning this afternoon, and they've assured me that their covering letter will have reasons in it. But I was wondering whether that should also be bolstered by some from the council. That's just my question, that perhaps can be answered.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Some good points. Acting Director of Planning, Mr Free or Mr Ashwood, would either of you like to respond to Councillor Ross's concerns?
Thank you, Presiding Member. Yes, we definitely welcome any advice from Council as to how we can bolster that covering letter that I did discuss with Councillor Ross before this meeting. It would be our intention to reiterate some of those points that Councillor Ross did outline with regards to the concern that is held by Council and the City with regards to the implications of continuing to entertain bonus heights when the evidence is clearly acknowledging that it's not essential to the success of Canning Bridge. So whilst we probably don't feel that there's a need to provide for that in another form other than in that covering letter, we'll take a leading from Council in this forum, I suppose.
So just reiterating, so Mr Ashwood, you're waiting for us as council to stipulate whether we want to make point 4 stronger, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think the wording is strong enough in its current format, coupled with what we're acknowledging is a covering letter from the city, which will reiterate some of the points raised today with the meeting with Councillor Ross that are shared by the council.
Councillor Ross, are you happy with Mr Ashwood's response?
Yes, if the rest of the council is.
Is there anybody else in the council who would like to raise a comment related to Mr Ashwood or Mr Councillor Ross's statement? All right, thank you. So are there any speakers against? Councillor Spanbrook, would you like to speak?
Thank you for the opportunity there, Acting Presiding Member, but no.
Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to wrap up or would you like me to move to a vote?
No, happy to move to a vote. Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Is there any opposition to this motion? Thank you. I declare it carried. And just while I'm here and we're talking Canning Bridge, and one of our DAP members who deals a lot with Canning Bridge is not here tonight, I think it would be incumbent upon me and on behalf of you to wish Councillor Woodall all the very best, and his wife Isabella, who had a bouncing baby boy today. And on behalf of all of us here, we wish you, I'm sure you're not listening, Councillor Woodall, but perhaps somebody might tell you that we thought of you while we were talking about Canning Bridge. Congratulations on the birth of your baby boy, and to your wife Isabella. So thank you very much. And with that, I would like to ask the Mayor to come back into the room, and Councillor Lee.
Okay. Item number UP 2581, Lot 1 and 2, number 55 and 55A, Kishorn Road, Mount Pleasant, 7-storey multiple dwelling development. Prior to tabling this item, I'd like to remind the council that Councillor Lee is declaring financial interest in this item and will remain out of the room. Additionally, Councillors Hong and Robbins have declared an impartiality interest and will stay, discuss and vote, but Councillor Hong has had to leave, so she will not be participating. Now, can I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Lim, and seconded Councillor Ross.
I have a question about this item.
Yes, Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering why this item has been brought to council. I thought that the planning laws had changed and these sort of things didn't have to come to council before. And is it a more than $2 million build, so it could have gone to JDAP? Not that I want to go that way necessarily, but just out of interest. Thank you.
Acting Director of Planning, Mr Free.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the application is more than $2 million. The application could have gone to DAP, and these sort of applications normally do. but applicants do have the ability to choose to have the local government determine the application, and that's what's occurred in this case.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question as well?
Councillor Spanbrook.
Acting Director Free, that if the council rejects it, do the developers have the opportunity to go to the JDAP then?
Mr. Free.
Madam Mayor, if this application is refused by council, there's a right of appeal to the State Administrative Tribunal. The option to going to DAP has passed. Any appeal against a council decision tonight would be to the SAT.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Lim, do you wish to open the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I support this approval. It may seem unusual, given that some of my colleagues have actually voted me to represent City of Melville at the DAP, but I can assure to you that there are some sound reasons to this. So first reason is I believe that the proposed development is fairly modest. Although it is increasing the base height by about 3.8 meters, but it's really sort of the additional height is to respond to the natural topography of the area, and also some of the adjacent sites in the M15 zone can go up to 32 meters. So this is only asking for 23.8, which is quite modest, I find. And of course, the design review panel noted that it's a high quality design outcome. So secondly, I actually commend the applicant for going through this pathway. I do not recommend, okay, I probably will retract that. I commend that the applicant has gone through the City of Melville pathway, because I feel like this alternative is actually a greater representation of our community's interests. And I do acknowledge that there is, out of the 17 submission, there was 12 objections, 1 support, and 4 general comments. These concerns are valid, but in my view, this proposal is actually representing a more balanced and manageable outcome compared to what could otherwise be pursued under an alternative pathway. So to put it simply, development cannot be avoided, but it can be guided and managed responsibly. So if this proposal were to go through DAP, it would most certainly be approved based on my experience, and sort of leaving the community less influence over the outcome. So thirdly, I want to address that, yes, there is concerns around parking and bicycle provision, but this development actually proposes 24 car bays when I think the minimum was 21. And it is true that because of the stacker situation, it sort of supports smaller cars, which is not really in line with the trend of cars getting larger and larger. And I do understand that they are providing short of bicycle bays, which can be accommodated through the private storage areas provided for each dwelling. But yeah, I think overall, these I guess concerns can be addressed through sort of conditions. They don't really need a rejection, in my opinion. But yeah, I think this is a reasonable and fair development, and it aligns with some of the desired outcome of the CBACP. So yeah, I would encourage more applicants to go through this pathway than the DAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lim. Councillor Roche, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll speak now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, this development is The officers have recommended approval, and they've looked at it closely and used their professional judgment to recommend approval. The development is in a 15-story zoned area, and the only reason it's not going up for 15 or 20 stories is because the size of the lot restricts it. But I think in line with the concerns of the community about overdevelopment, about large towers, being built over there, this one sort of answers the question in terms of minimizing the height and the impact upon the community. So for all of those reasons, I think it is actually beneficial to the community, has a lesser impact. It's not blocking anyone's views, and it complies. So I don't know that we have a good reason to reject it, and therefore I would ask that council votes in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question,
Yeah,
please?
Councillor Robbins, you have an amendment. Can you please show us your amendment at this point? Can we
Sure.
have a look at that?
My amendment is that advice notes 2, 6, 8 and 9 become conditions numbered 24, 25, 26 and 27.
Yes, thank you. And can you tell us, do you have a seconder? Councillor Barber? Yes, can you please elaborate on the effect of that on the motion?
Sure, thank you. So these advice notes, I've just picked the ones, there are a few more that I thought about including, but I've sort of tried to keep it tight, and I've only included the ones that contain requirements that I really believe read as something that the applicant must do, and as such I don't think they're appropriate as advice notes, and I think they should be conditions. So just to outline briefly to councillors the content of the 4 that I'm recommending become advice notes. One's about the construction management plan, another one about the acoustic report, another one about the bin compound, and one about the stormwater plan. These advice notes contain phrases such as is to be prepared, are to be located, not permitted, is therefore required, is to be constructed to satisfy the following requirements, and is to include the following. So that wording really means that what is now an advice note and hopefully will be a condition, they're clearly non-negotiable. So they're not just guidance. If it's stating that something must be done, then it's not just guidance, it's really the city telling the applicant something that must occur. And as such, I think it's only suitable that those 4 advice notes are instead listed as conditions. Thank you.
I have a
Thank
question.
you, Councillor Robbins. Pardon?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have you talked to city officers about this?
Yes.
Can I have another question? And what was
Yes.
their response? Thanks.
I don't have it handy.
Can we
and I
ask
don't-
Mr.
yeah,
Free?
I think that's better,
Yeah.
thanks.
Mr. Free, could you answer that, please? The impact of the change that's being suggested by this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Each of those footnotes, there is a existing condition that they relate to. Footnote 2 relates to condition 3. Footnote 6 relates to condition 9. Footnote 8 relates to condition 18. And footnote 9 relates to condition 7. I hope I've got those conditions right, the right reference. The conditions should be concise in terms of this is what you need to do at this time or before this occurs. The advice notes become important for officers and the developers, so there's a degree of clarity in terms of what we're asking for in terms of the conditions. To convert those footnotes into conditions, I think open council up to potentially being subject to an appeal to the SAT, because those what would then be conditions not required because there's already existing conditions and have the potential to confuse the next stages in the construction process in terms of getting these conditions cleared prior to obtaining a building permit.
Can I have another question?
Yes, Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Robbins, would you consider, instead of including the advice notes to conditions, that with the conditions that are already there, maybe put an appendice, something along the lines of refer to advice note 2 and 6 and 8 and 9 against the appropriate conditions?
Councillor Robbins.
Thanks, Councillor Edinger. For me, it doesn't achieve what I'm trying to achieve, which is to make sure that the applicant has to do it. It's still going to be an advice note, even if we say refer to this. It's still just going to be guidance. I mean, taking on board Mr. Free's comments, I suppose it probably would have been better to amend each of the conditions that those advice notes relate to, but I'm not sure if that can be done administratively at this late stage. But I would be willing to add the wording that's in the advice notes onto the end of the existing related conditions, but I don't know if it's too late to do that.
Sorry about this, Madam Mayor. Can I have another question?
Yes, Councillor Edinger.
Mr. Free, are these unusual advice notes?
Mr. Free?
Madam Mayor, no, they're not.
And is issuing the building, what's it called? The occupational certificate, I can't remember what it's called. Is that based on all those conditions and the information in the advice notes being complied with? The occupation licence, whatever it's called, I can't remember.
You'll note with the conditions, many of them, most of them start with the word prior. So some of those conditions are required to be satisfied prior to the commencement of development. So that's generally prior to a building permit being issued. And then some of them are prior to occupation. So that's at the end of the process with the certificate that you referred to.
And is the city responsible for issuing the certificate of occupancy? And do they have like a checklist that they check off before they issue it?
Yes, the city's, through you, Mayor, the city's part of the process is that we need to confirm that the conditions of the planning approval that are relevant to that stage of development have been satisfied, that the private certifier provides certification that the building has been constructed as per the plans.
Are there any further questions, Councillor Edinger?
Not at this point in time, thank you, Madam
Mayor. Councillor Barber, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'm just going to say I thought Councillor Edinger's suggestion to add the advice note next to the condition and actually say refer to wasn't a bad idea. Councillor Robbins, are you still quite keen that they be separate?
Councillor Robbins?
I just don't think it achieves anything. Like, what's the point of the amendment if you're just telling them to look somewhere else? That doesn't really achieve what I'm trying to achieve, which is to make sure that the applicant does what's outlined in the advice notes. Thanks.
Can I ask Mr. Free if the advice note, if can the developer ignore the advice note? Would it be wise to ignore the advice notes?
Madam Mayor, city officers enforcing these conditions, it would be inadvisable for them to ignore the advice notes as well. The advice notes are giving the city and the developer guidance and direction as to what's needs to occur in some detail in some cases to satisfy the condition. That's the purpose of the advice note, to inform city officers, to inform the developer as to what's required to satisfy the conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Barber, did you wish to speak now or later?
No, I don't wish to speak.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Spanbrook, are you for or against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question though, just with regard to the landscape plan. I can see that there are trees being retained, but when you have a look at the aerial view, there are a number of trees there. I'm just wanting to know that, you know, to what number of the trees there at the moment, what will remain with the development, if perhaps the acting director can answer that. Thank you.
Mr Free, would you be able to answer that?
Madam Mayor, my understanding is that there are new trees proposed. I'm not sure that trees are being retained in this case.
Thank you. Are you intending to ask a question? Okay, good. All right. So we don't seem to have many speakers. So
I'd like to speak against it.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Councillor Edinger. I will take you as a speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against this amendment because there have been many buildings built within our city, within local governments throughout Western Australia, who have the exact same layout of the advice notes and the conditions, and for us to go off-piste, and because Councillor Robbins doesn't think that it will meet the requirements, it's just ridiculous. It's sometimes, you know, in life, you just have to accept what the officers say, quite often in life actually, because they actually know what they're doing. They're the subject matter experts, not us. They've seen buildings being built based on this sort of paperwork many times before. This is nothing new, it's nothing different. They haven't sprung it on us. It just, Councillor Robbins has just picked up a disconnect between the two maybe that could be a bit closer, but to actually integrate the advice notes as she is requiring it, as Mr Free advised, it could expose us. And as a city, we have to manage risk. It's not good governance to just be changing standard procedures on the fly. And for that reason, I think we should consider voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edinger. In the absence of speakers, I will return to Councillor Robbins to wrap up the debate. Unless you indicate to me you want to speak, I will go back to Councillor Robbins. Thank you, Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it was a long time ago now, but I seem to recall that when I was on the JDAP, probably about a decade ago, a lot of these, what are now advice notes, and Councillor Edinger may be correct that I haven't compared it to recent agendas, DAP agendas. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what is current practice, but I seem to recall that historically a lot of these, a lot of what is now in the advice notes used to form part of the conditions. And so I guess that's when I read it and I thought, why has there been a, I guess, a loosening of what is required by the applicant, and a lot of things that used to be mandated by conditions are now being put into advice notes, and it's almost as if to say, well, if the developer wants to do the right thing and you know, make it better for the city and its residents, they can, but if they choose not to because it's expensive or inconvenient, then that's fine too. I just want to point out some of the wording that is included in some of the advice notes that I'm proposing be removed. So the one about the construction management plan includes the words, construction is not permitted to obstruct traffic. So if that's an advice note and the developer chooses to ignore that advice, then we're we're saying if you would like the construction to obstruct traffic, then that's okay. Another one, mechanical equipment is to be specified and placed in an appropriate location. So if that's an advice note and they don't want to take our advice and they don't want to do it, then is it okay for them to put their mechanical equipment in an inappropriate location? In terms of the bin compound design and construction, it says that there must be a tap that must be connected to an adequate supply of water. So if they don't want there to be a tap and they don't want it to be connected to an adequate supply of water, then they don't have to. The bin compound should be ventilated. I'm not sure that would be good if the bin compound wasn't ventilated, if they chose not to do that. The bin compound must be conveniently located to allow residents to dispose of their waste and recyclables. I'm sure we can all agree that if the bins are not close by and easily accessible by residents, then they're more likely not to sort their waste appropriately. And lastly, not accessible by the public. So again, if we don't include that as a condition, then their bin compound could be accessible by the public. So yeah, in closing, I just think, as I've outlined, that there's a few of these advice notes that would be better as conditions. I don't think there's an issue with requiring the developer to do it. I couldn't quite follow that logic in terms of it causing issues with approvals and that sort of thing. To me, they seem pretty straightforward, and it's up to this council to decide whether we will require the developer to do it or not. And I think it's in our best interest, in our residents' best interest, that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robbins. We'll proceed to the vote. So Green will be agreeing with Councillor Robbins' amendment, and Red is not agreeing. Okay, so the amendment is carried 5-4. We're now back to the substantive motion. Is there a speaker against the substantive motion? Look, if there's no further speakers, I'll just ask Councillor Lim to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so I do understand that the reason for the amendment to come through, because as you probably noticed, when construction is happening, there's all sorts of behaviors that you see happening in the area, and then there's sort of like nothing you can really do in the compliance standpoint of view. You sort of, because again, an advice note is an optional, is seen as optional, so they don't really have to act on it. Whilst, if it's a condition, like you have to almost, act on it, or else there's going to be compliance implications for not following it. So it's quite common practice for DAP to sort of bring some advice notes up to conditions or bring the conditions down to advice notes. So, from what I've seen anyways. So for me, I think I still hold true to my initial approval, where this is sort of a lesser evil. So currently is, for development, it does cause congestion, it does cause parking issues, but it can be a lot worse in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lim. Okay, we're going to the vote. Green is if you agree with this amended recommendation. Oh, that's a good question. I shall ask. Is there anyone opposed? If there is no one opposed, I declare it carried. Thank you. We'll just wait a moment for Councillor Lee to return. So item 15, motions with previous notice. 15.1, notice of motion, dual naming of cemetery. Prior to tabling this item, I understand, Councillor Lim, that you have indicated you wish to withdraw this motion. Would you like to proceed with your withdrawal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to withdraw this. Do I need to give a reason for withdrawing or?
No, you can just withdraw it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just
entitled
withdraw
to.
it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item. Next motion is raised by Councillor Ross. 15.2, notice of motion, additional green waste bins. Councillor Ross, you wish to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Lim, thank you very much. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. I think the motion is self-explanatory. Currently, the road sweeper does not remove the leaves from the verges of footpaths. Consequently, the potential slip hazard on the verges of footpaths are not being addressed. In the recent heavy rains, the RSL club site in Kintail Road was flooded because the drains in the roadway were blocked with leaves. The current cost for an additional green bin is $200 per annum, I'm told. For a 3-month period, that's $50 and includes the cost for the city to deliver and pick up the bin. So if 100 bins are requested, which is unlikely, that will be $5,000 cost per annum. It would cost the city a lot more to have the staff do the job of cleaning up the leaves from the verges and footpaths, and provision of this opportunity to have a bin encourages community participation and builds goodwill. These residents are offering to help the city maintain and keep the city's verges and footpaths clear of potential hazards, and this is an economical way for the city to collect these leaves and build goodwill. So for all of those reasons, I would ask that the council support this request for the CEO to prepare a report detailing the resources and implications to implement this as an annual program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Lim.
I would like to reserve my right for this. If that's
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Is there a
I have a question for the
question?
mover.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
As a matter of very firmly held principle, I wonder if we might adjust the motion by removing reference to fall and adding autumn.
If that's all right with you, Councillor. All right, thank you. Is there anyone opposed? If there's no one opposed, I declare it carried. Next motion is raised by Councillor Ross. The motion has been amended and the title of the motion has changed to better reflect the action requested. Due to the change of and general intent of this motion, Councillor Lee and I are no longer required to declare an interest in this matter. Item 15.3, notice of motion, request for Walga advocacy to state government on the WA planning system. Councillor Ross, do you wish to continue with this item?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ettinger. Thank you very much. Councillor Ross, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I will be brief. I think the motion is self-explanatory. The Walga AGM is coming up on the 23rd of September, and it may be an appropriate time to consider moving a motion to request Walga to adopt an advocacy role to the state government on behalf of local governments, requesting reform of the WA planning system to normalise and make all due regard documents an integral part of the local government statutory local planning scheme, with the same limitations on decision makers as afforded by the current provisions in the local planning schemes. This proposal does not seek to scrap the DAP. It only seeks to give all planning provisions in structure and activity centre plans the same weight as the provisions in the local planning scheme. Consistently, the provisions in these due regard documents are disregarded because they are either considered of a lesser weight or out of date. The decision maker's ability to disregard provisions in due regard planning documents make these documents unreliable and add confusion to an inherently complicated process. Making the provisions clear and transparent and binding on decision makers provides certainty to developers, the community and decision makers. So this is I suppose, hopefully a way of making things more clear, more transparent, more certain for everyone involved in the planning area. It will all depend upon, the efficacy of Walga and the support of other local governments to be able to achieve this. But I suppose if we don't try, we'll never know if we would have succeeded. So I will ask everyone to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed? Oh, Councillor...
Not opposed, but I've got a question.
Question? Councillor Barber.
It's a question for Mr Free, Acting Director of Planning. Mr Free, does this make sense to you, this motion of Councillor Ross's?
Mr Free?
Madam Mayor, yes, it does make sense to me.
That being the case, are we too late to put it on the Walga State Conference? I mean, I know Councillor Ross is going as our delegate. Are we able to ask him to ask or put a motion forward? Are we too late to do that?
Ms Bowman, CEO, will respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to check the process with Walga regarding their AGM, and we will need to seek advice from them before we can answer that. Thank you.
Should we therefore put a point three to see if we need to do that, or can I just trust you that you'll do that?
Ms Bowman? The deadline has passed. Yes. Councillor Spanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question to Acting Director Free, that with the this motion, that do the officers actually support it, even though it does make sense?
Ms Newman, Head of Governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it would be inappropriate for officers to advise whether or not they support a motion. This is for the council to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I rephrase my question then?
What is your question?
To rephrase it to the Acting Director, did Councillor Ross confer with him on this amendment motion? Thank you.
Mr Free?
Madam Mayor, yes, there's been a number of discussions with Councillor Ross resulting in this wording being put forward tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr Free. Okay, is there anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Councillor Green, do you wish... Well, sorry, Councillor Edinger, would you like to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green, do you wish to speak against this?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I just believe that this motion is somewhat disruptive and counterproductive to processes that are underway by the city, and after some council decisions already regarding the LPS 6 review and separate work being done on precincts and precinct plans. It's been made clear on numerous occasions that the approach that we are taking as a city is that these are kept separate. They need to consider each other to some extent, but the process we're following is for them to be kept separate, to some degree, I admire Councillor Ross's persistence with his, with his belief that that they all need to be pulled together. But I just believe that it will impede progress in something that is very important for the city itself, and therefore to be advocating to Walga along the lines of something that contradicts the process that we're following ourselves would not be an advisable course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Are there any other speakers against? All right, in the absence of another speaker against, I will now go back to Councillor Edinger. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I don't believe, as Councillor Green has intimated, that this will disrupt the process or cause it to be more complex. I think it actually brings some structure and will encapsulate, enshrine in legislatively the way that our local planning scheme and the activity centre and structural plans are all considered moving forward. It'll probably take many years to do this, and I commend Councillor Ross for his foresight in suggesting that as a city we take the lead in something that could become a state-wide approach to planning and provide people with local governments with certainty and structure in running their planning schemes and their activity and structure plans, activity centre and structure plans as well. So for these reasons, I would encourage everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edinger. Councillor Ross, can you please wrap up the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that everyone who's been on the JDAP panel would have experienced the way in which due regard documents are received and how they are generally disregarded because they are due regard. And whereas the provisions in the LPS 6 are statutory provisions, and that's the basic difference that we need to compare when looking at what this seeks to achieve. The provisions of the Act accept that these provisions can be normalised in the sense that they can be included as statutory documents, but it will take, obviously pressure on the state government to agree, and that can only happen if it's done in a cohesive and coordinated way with all of the local governments being involved. And that's the reason for it has a better chance of success with assistance from the others. Of course, if Walga or if the other local governments do not approve it, then it'll die a natural death in that case. But if we don't try, we'll never know. So I, ask for your support in moving this forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have a vote. So Green is supporting Councillor Ross's motion and Red is against. That is carried 9-1. Thank you. The next motion is raised by Councillor Ross, and an advice note has been provided in hard copy and was circulated this afternoon. 15.4, notice of motion, Applecross Ferry Terminal. Councillor Ross, do you wish to proceed?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Lee, thank you very much. Councillor Ross, please open the debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is not a motion to oppose or to support the proposed ferry terminal. It is a motion to be proactive rather than reactive and to gather and provide relevant information for the City of Melville community. I have been contacted by numerous community members, including from outside the Applecross, Mount Pleasant, Brentwood ward, seeking information and expressing concerns about what is proposed, especially because there's no clarity about the proposal and its inherent impacts. The proposed ferry service is from 6 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. with a ferry every 25 minutes. This results in 44 to 45 visits to the terminal per day, depending on whether the first ferry arrives at 6:25 a.m. or 6 a.m. In order to fulfill that timetable, the ferry will travel between 88 and 90 times up and down the river. The ferry speed is proposed to be 25 knots. The ferry wake depends on speed and depth of water. The higher the speed and shallower the water, the higher the wake. One of the unknowns is how will passengers access and leave the ferry terminal. It will be a long exposed walk from the proposed site to Canning Highway or from Canning Highway to the terminal. The most practical solution would be to have buses pick up and deliver passengers in accordance with the ferry timetable and to take these passengers to and from the train and bus station on Canning Bridge or to and from the Burragoon bus station. That would involve 2 separate buses meeting 44 to 45 ferry visits, which is 176 to 180 bus trips along either Kintail Road or through Tweeddale Road and Moray Mews to the ferry terminal at Canning Beach Road. The impact of the amenity on the area will be significant, and the cost of road maintenance will increase. This is the time to negotiate with the state government to fund the additional costs that will be incurred by the city. In terms of parking, if the city is proposing to consider parking at the Tivoli site, and this is if the city is considering to propose parking at the Tivoli site, this is an opportunity to have the state government provide a grant for the costs of construction so that the community does not have to bear the costs. Once built and leased to a car parking operator, the city will have an increased source of income with the lessee responsible for maintenance and repairs. Now, there is officer advice talking about a duplication in terms of inquiries that are already being conducted. This is not a duplication. This is a supplement to the previous decisions. Those previous decisions were made without being aware of this change, this new information that's come along. And it's appropriate for the city to take the opportunity to see if it can find out what's being proposed, convey that information to the community, and so there's an open and honest discussion between the community and and an understanding of what is being proposed. So if we don't do anything and rely on waiting to be told what's happening, it may be too late to conduct any negotiations, may be too late to actually address some of the issues that need to be addressed. So for those reasons, I ask that you support this motion and let's be proactive and find the information out sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak now or later?
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against?
Madam Mayor, I'd probably like to
Councillor
make an
Barber.
amendment to this motion, if that's all right.
Councillor Barber?
And my amendment would be to remove Part B because I believe it is a duplication of a motion I put forward at the meeting of Council on the 16th of July 2024. And as I understand it, the city officers are already undertaking a scope of works and already undertaking research into Part B, so I don't see that should be in there.
What about item C, because that is relating to the funding?
It is. I believe Part C could stay there because what we could do, Part B is a big project that I put forward in July 2024. But if we wanted to ask the state government to assist with making a public car park as soon as possible, then I can't see that that's a problem.
Well, you might need to take out the words "on the above."
Correct.
On the above side.
Yes, correct.
As well as part of your amendment. Do you have a seconder?
Madam Mayor?
Councillor Green, are you seconding it?
No, I just had a sort of suggestion, actually, or along the lines of what you were saying as well, that, well, basically I agree with you that point C would need to be amended. I think you might also need to say construct a public car park, and it would, need to be sort of in the vicinity. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't necessarily be on the Tivoli site, I believe, if we haven't specified it further up.
It could be. I'm just not sure how far the officers have gone in their research into, because I did talk about a multi-storey car park on that site, but I'm just not sure how far we've gone into, how far they've gone. So whether we could do a little public car park until we build the big one, I don't know.
Councillor Barber, if that's a question you want to know where we are up to on that site, it's a bit of a separate issue, but Mr.
I don't want to know
Duffin
where
can
we're up
answer
to.
it. Pardon?
I don't really need to know where we're up to, but I don't see why we're voting on Part B again. And if we need to change the words, and it would be great if the state government could buy some land and make a public car park somewhere else, or else they could help us to create a temporary public car park on that land.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barber. Is there a seconder for Councillor Barber's? Councillor Spanbrook has seconded it. Councillor Barber, do you wish to speak to it further? I think you've pretty much
No, I
opened
think
the
I've pretty
debate.
much said what I wanted to say. Yep.
Councillor Spanbrook, do you wish to speak now or later?
I will reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay, is there a speaker against the amendment? Oh, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak against the amendment because in the officer's report, in Part D, they say inquiries will be made as to what opportunities may exist, if any, for obtaining state government funding to support the construction of a public car park on the site. This is not a duplication. This is asking to take the opportunity, because the state government wants to put a terminal there, which is a ferry terminal, which will need and parking if people are to come there, leave their cars and take the ferry either across to the university or to the city. So it's not duplicating it, it's supplementing it. So I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding, or maybe a bit of you're undermining my motion, but that's not intended, and it's not going to undermine the motion. It supports it. In terms of the size of the car park, well, that will depend upon all the assessments that are made in terms of number of passengers, potential users of the site, etc. It might wind up being a large car park, and if it's clever, it will have the external areas used for businesses and so on, with the internal section used as a car park. So there's a screen between that and the outside. Now, all of this can happen if we open our minds up and actually realize that it's not about one-upmanship, it's about us working together to actually achieve something for the community that will not impact upon the community in terms of cost. So for that reason, I think that saying that this is a duplication and deleting what is proposed in the motion actually hinders what we can achieve if we proceed. So for that reason, I don't support the motion, the amendment, sorry.
Amendment. Yes, thank you. Is there another speaker against the amendment?
Could I just ask a question?
Councillor Robbins.
So if we remove B and remove the words on the above from C, then C, which will be the new B, will read obtaining state government funding to construct the public car park as soon as possible. But the motion won't have referred to a car park. So what's that then referring to? It won't make sense if you remove
A car park. I think the words were changed to a car park.
But again, like what car park? Like obtaining state government funding to construct a car park as soon as possible. But there's not much around, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like there's much information there.
Well, that's what's on the table. Okay, so is there another speaker against? Otherwise, I'll ask Councillor Barber to wrap up on her debate on the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Barber. Can you wrap up your debate?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I guess I'm just concerned because suddenly the site near the Applecross Library and the Tivoli is only now earmarked to be a public car park. And my vision, and I believe the city officer's vision, was this to be so much more. It's in the 15-storey zone. We were thinking car park at the bottom, business and accommodation. The vision was for something pretty big and exciting there, and something to reap great rewards for the city in terms of revenue, alternative revenue. So I think just narrowing it, and look, I'm happy for it to be a temporary car park, such as a Wilcox or something, if they want to do some sort of temporary car park on there. But I don't think we should just be bound by what the state government offers. If they offer us a temporary car park on the site and they can do a couple of levels, then great. If the state government can find some other land, some stranded assets, what a great way to use stranded assets. Let's not use our Tivoli site. Let's get the state government to buy some stranded assets and to create some public car parking that way. So I would prefer to take out B and create a new B to say to construct a public car park sites as soon as possible, e.g. stranded assets, taking into account the ferry terminal is proposed to be completed by late 2027. I think that's a much better way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. We're going to the vote. So Green is supporting Councillor Barber's motion, Red is against. Carried 8-2. We're moving back to the substantive motion. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have grappled with this one a little bit because I do believe that being proactive is certainly has some merit. And I would now say that I'm encouraged by the amendment because I just had some concerns about, as Councillor Barber has said, I think the Tivoli site has huge potential for the city, and I think we'd be limiting ourselves if we were to hint that it would sort of only be a public car park. So I think that. Councillor Ross has suggested it wouldn't only have to be a public car park, but I think we've already put a process in place where we were going to have a look at the Tivoli site through with a more open-minded approach to have a look at what we can do there and create something magnificent. So I think, I still just have concerns about this. I would also say at this stage I'm opposed to the location of the ferry, and I believe a better location would be Applecross Jetty, and therefore I think to some extent we run the risk of appearing to cooperate with a ferry terminal there where we may not. We've heard from the community that says that largely that they don't want it there. They would prefer it on the east side of the river. A speaker a couple of weeks ago also suggested that Applecross Jetty might be a good option as well. So I just think there's more that needs to be talked about, and that at this time, I think, yeah, basically we need to give this some more thought. And so at this time, I'd suggest we vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Is there another speaker against?
Madam Mayor, I just have a query about the wording there, please, with B, obtaining state government funding, because the first part is that requests the CEO to initiate discussions with appropriate stakeholders to prepare reports on obtaining state government funding, which sounds like a bit of a definitive comment, so perhaps it should be the possibility of obtaining state government funding, because the government isn't going to commit to anything just on a report, you know, that is being obtained by the city. Thank you.
Ms Bowman, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Spanbrook. So preparing reports on the possibility or obtaining state government funding, we would probably treat them one and the same, because we're providing a report on the potential to obtain funding from the state government in relation to that. So probably, again, it wouldn't make a lot of difference to add the word potential. We would obviously look at what the likelihood is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there another speaker against? Otherwise, I'm just going back to, Councillor Lee, did you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason why I condone Councillor Ross' proposal is that in the past, we haven't done a lot of planning, and the whole place is in a mess. You see people dropping off passengers on Canning Bridge itself, and everyone have to stop and jam their brakes so they make sure they don't hit each other. And then I brought up the shuttle buses, which was supposed to be offered to the residents of Sabina. That was part of the plan as well, which was their selling point, and that was never executed. So what I mean is that we have to follow proper planning. If not, we'll be the laughing stock, you know, how we managed to get so many buildings and ferries, and the whole place becomes, what do you call it, a scrambled egg. So following proper step is not just for this, for anything else, it should be done properly. If you want to make the place like, what do you call, example for other councils like South Perth, which takes a lot of example from what we do. So opposite Canning Bridge, they are actually following us, how we are doing this properly. So I propose that this is the first step towards a proper, and give us some pride in planning. If not, it will be just another disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Ross, can you wrap up the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I do like scrambled eggs, but not in terms of planning. And I think, and I do agree with Councillor Lee that, you know, we need to be looking forward and taking steps to change things that are not, which have the potential to be a disaster. And in this case, just sitting back and you know, closing our ears and closing our eyes is not going to get us to any changes that might be needed. Opening this discussion now, finding out, getting information, will let us know what the potential impacts are. And in doing so, we may be able to encourage a change of location for the ferry. I think we all agree that having a ferry terminal that's incorporated with the bus station, that's incorporated with the train station, is more sensible. And most people can't understand why this location has been chosen. it's also more sensible to have it down at Point Walter, where the water is deeper,
With
where
respect, Madam Mayor, this is,
there is a ferry terminal.
considerably
Yes, sorry,
new
Councillor
information.
Fitzgerald has a point of order.
Madam Mayor, this is new information. I must say I would have opted to speak against had this argument been put in favour of the motion. So I would ask that you call Councillor Ross to just respond to the arguments that have been raised so far.
Thank you very much. I accept that point of order. Councillor Ross, can you just keep to your rebutting debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The option for having a different location was raised by the Speaker against, and I was rebutting that. So with respect to the point of order, I think I was addressing what was raised, and I'm entitled to do that. Having said that, I will move on and encourage us to start the discussion going, because if we don't start that, if we just sit back and don't do anything, we're going to be blindfolded and we'll wind up getting what we're given. This is an opportunity to start the conversation going and to make the community aware of what's happening. So if they have problems with it, they can also lobby or do whatever they have to do to make the changes. We would have done our best to make them aware of it. So I encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to a vote. So Green is supporting the amended recommendation and Red is against. Carried 7-3. Thank you. Item 16, motions without previous notice. There are no motions without previous notice. Matters for which meeting, we're now going to move into confidential item for this evening. Can I have a mover and seconder for the motion to go behind closed doors? Councillor Edinger, seconded Councillor Green. Anyone opposed? I declare it carried. We just need a few minutes to shut down the live stream.